Mike's on.
Okay, good morning again. Ms. Matias, we are live, we are recording and streaming. You may proceed with today's public executive review session.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for May 20th, 2025. Begin the zoning calendar, continued hearing items. Item 2022-88BZ, 318 Seguin Avenue, Staten Island.
Tony,
Yeah.
I'm remote.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Thank you. Just for the record, Commissioner Shetter is participating remotely. Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry.
Okay.
I feel like you're in the room already. So.
At the March 24th hearing, a board reopened the case based on the revised submission that was made. And the submission was quite significant. The scope of the project has been reduced. And I think based on what I'm reviewing, it's resulting in a better site plan. So with regards to the findings associated with 73-134, I think the critical points are that the threshold is that the gross floor area be less than 10,000 square feet. The project scope has been reduced significantly. It was initially proposed to be 8,300 square feet. Now it's been reduced to 4,800 square feet. And since the subject site is located in a lower density growth management area, there is a minimum lot size requirement, and the site is much more than the minimum requirement. And has the required lot frontage also. Now, with regards to the site plan, the applicant is providing 12 accessory parking spaces that would be required based on the zoning requirement. I have some comments with regards to the site plan. I think the overall layout is fine. There are just some comments that I'm picking on to make sure what's I'm seeing in the narrative and what's in the site plan is consistent. So the plan needs to provide the dimension of the front yard width. In the text, it says it's 16 foot wide. So that needs to be indicated on the plan. Statement of fact and also the zoning analysis states that the side yard width on each side would be 8 foot wide, whereas the plan shows a 4 foot wide side yard on each side. So one of them is not matching. So please do make the documents consistent and meet the requirement. So there is only one entrance to this facility, and it is from Seguin. Seguin, right?
I guess.
Okay. So the applicant should provide a stop sign and a stop bar when exiting from the site. Also, I had a question, since the hours of operation of this facility will be only during Mondays through Fridays, and there won't be any business operation on weekends, and the facility will be closed after 5 p.m. What I wanted to know if the site will be gated on weekend and after business hours. So this is to ensure greater safety for on that in the area. And on the plan set, also indicate the proposed fence material and height along the lot lines, I'm sorry. Will there be any lighting that will be provided on the site? If so, indicated on the plan, and add a note that the lighting level will be no more than 2 foot candle at the side and the rear lot line. Those are my comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I was actually very happy with this proposal. I believe the shift from keeping one building and adding to the second ambulatory building, and now to now demolishing both buildings, allowed them to have a much better and more complete design that flowed a lot better for this project, which let them use the space much more intelligently.
Mhm.
The reduction between 8,363 square feet to 4,800 square feet is a very large. It's a very different project, and I'm very happy that they listened to our instruction and we're able to come up with something that I think best suits this community.
Yeah.
I have no further questions.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with both of you that this is a far better project because it is rightly sized for the area around it. And I was looking at the statement of findings that was submitted in March, where they talk about the percentage of open area that's
Right.
landscaped in the subject versus the surroundings. And I was wondering if they had made any changes since then, because if you look, it says that their landscaping will cover 23% of the open space, whereas in the neighborhood, landscaping covers 39.5% of the open space. And in keeping with the findings of trying to fit themselves in contextually with the neighborhood, I was wondering if there was any way they could increase the amount of greenery on the site.
Yeah, I think in the submission that they have made in the plans, there's a chart, and in that also it says the planting area is 23%.
So it didn't change.
It didn't change, but it should actually, because now there is more planting, especially in the front yard. There is more, and also in, so I think the applicant should go back and revise.
Well, they did mention in the statement of facts that they did revise the grading and landscape elevations, but not so much
Right,
whether
not the
they're the
percentage.
percentage. Oh, I also don't know if we mentioned that they included a lumen study,
Right, yeah.
which I was satisfied with.
Yeah, I wanted to know if there was any lighting that was being provided. If so, they need to provide a lumen study. Well, did they provide?
They
a
did
lumen?
provide
Yeah.
lumen study.
Oh, they did?
No, it's not a luminous study.
It's not.
I clarify about that in my testimony. Yeah, it's not. It's not a luminous. It's not the luminous spirit diagram that we always ask for.
I would to say is, if I recall the plan, I think the amount of landscaping that is being provided and the placement of the landscaping is far better than the previous one, especially in the way it is planning to, so the site plan also, what interesting they're doing is they're actually kind of scooping it in. So the parking is somewhat below grade from Seguin Avenue. And then they're proposing to add a retaining wall and do the planting above that. So all of the buildings around the site are at a higher elevation, and what they're seeing are these trees that are surrounding this lowered surface of the parking space. And then Seguin Avenue has most of the landscaping. I think it would be good to provide the landscaping detail on Seguin, maybe can do with a little bit taller trees than just bushes. That would be my only suggestion. But even though if in return the percentage remains the same, I think the placement of it kind of makes up for the reduced percentage of landscaping. That's why I didn't raise it as a question. But the applicant can answer that question better.
But doesn't it back up on a dwelling unit behind it? Because that's where there's only 4 feet wide strip.
Well, they are providing in the rear yard, you are allowed to provide accessory parking, and which is what they are providing.
Right, yes, no, I know, but I'm just saying it's like 4 feet in the rear. Is there any way they can
They
increase
can
it?
increase that a little bit.
Yeah, because it's hard to see on the plan, but it
Yeah.
looks like maybe they could increase it, just make it a
Hmm.
little bit thicker, and that would add to their percentage.
I'm just going to open the plan up.
I can share it, Chair. Did it show up?
Yeah.
So you want to do like 2 rows?
Not next to
The
the
rear.
property
Yeah.
I
That's one.
think that's a dwelling unit behind it
Yes,
according.
that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, if they could just thicken it up a little bit, if
And
it's
it's 4
possible.
feet.
Right, because right now it's 4 feet, but if they were to make it larger, like to 6 feet, that would add a few percentage points, and then they would approach the neighborhood and also provide a little bit of buffer for the residents in the back. But, you know, I'm just asking the question, that's all.
I think that makes sense.
16 is 20, 14 is 29. So I'm just looking at the, yeah, I think a little bit of addition will not be a bad idea. When I'm comparing this to the other community facility uses that are in the area, I'm assuming anything that's blue is community facility, not clear from the color coding. No, I can't be 100% sure about that because the color coding is very different. Institutional is blue. No, these are all residential. Okay, all right. I take back. Yeah, if it can be widened a little bit, because I don't think it'll affect the question is there should be enough space maneuverability.
Yeah.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, they have
Provided-
plenty of space.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay, good. If they can increase it, widen the. Commissioner Sheta, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that lumen spread that we asked for last hearing, I don't believe they provided it. What they provided on A-314.00 is, I believe, the lumen spread for a single lighting unit, but they didn't provide a site plan with the locations of like the lighting units, the models, and the spread that like the total spread for all the units added together. I believe that wasn't provided, so they need to provide that one. But this isn't a luminous spread diagram. This is just a single lighting. If I understand it right, it's a single lighting unit, and it shows how like the candles spread and at what angle from that single light unit. So they need, if they are not aware about the luminous spread diagram that we asked for, we can provide them with a sample maybe.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I had a question about the parking study. There was a mention about a site visit. I mean, I should start by saying, of course, it's a significant reduction and it seems like a much more workable proposal. So then going back to the parking study, during a site visit, it was noted that 16 cars were parked at the existing property. And this proposed development is only going to provide 12, which I think is the required amount. But I wanted the applicant to discuss where they expect those additional cars to be parked because it's not mentioned in the narrative or in the parking study. The statement of findings, which is dated March 11th, it lists the findings for.
Can I go back to the question? So the current use is a different operation. It's a physical therapy or a chiropractic, actually it's a chiropractor's service. So that business is not going to be there at all. The current, the proposed would be for a different medical facility. And they are providing the required number of parking spaces per zoning. So I'm not sure the question of providing I'm trying to understand.
If it's relevant?
Yeah,
Okay, I mean, it was because in the statement of facts, it notes that the medical facility will continue to be operated by Touchstone Pavilion with modernized facilities. It is serving a different type of medical
okay,
services, but
okay.
it's noted in there that during a current working day or, operating day, there are 16 cars parked, and then there's no mention of how that would be. And if it is just that the new use is meeting the requirement and there's street parking, but I thought it might be helpful to at least have the discussion. They are meeting the zoning requirement, but because it's noted in the parking study.
Okay, the applicant should clarify it because we're not waiving any of the parking requirements.
I
They have to
understand.
provide the parking as per what is being proposed. And I don't think there is any on-street parking available. If I seem to remember when I was there many moons ago on another subject site visit, Seguin does not have any curbside parking at that location. Vice Chair Shibata, this is in your territory. I'm looking at you to see if you recall similar configuration. Actually, we can look at the
Yeah.
Google map.
I feel much more confident looking at the map.
Yeah, let's look at the Google map.
I did do a site visit, but this was this summer. I don't have photos of it.
Here, I can pull up.
I think this is going to be a surgery center.
Yeah, radiation.
Radiology and
Yeah.
surgery.
They should impact whether that actually changes what they predict the demand will be based on what the original use was. That might provide you some comfort.
Yeah, I think just some discussion of it because it, and I may have missed it in the parking study, but it was mentioned and then there was, and then it just goes to being compliant, but some discussion about if there is overflow.
Okay. Okay, all right.
While I have the screen, the sections, the transverse sections show the planters and makes it very clear how the site will operate, but then the longitudinal ones don't. And so I think it would be helpful for us if you kept that consistent and showed the planters around the perimeter and kept it to the same level of detail. And then the statement of findings, I think I was starting to get into, it lists the findings for 73-03 and then 7371, which is bulk modifications for community facilities in LDGMAs. But I believe this project is seeking a 73-134 special permit.
Yeah,
So I was confused when reading the statement of findings because I could use some clarification on that.
okay.
This has gone to the community board several times, but I don't know if this latest proposal has. So if you could update us on the community board, because I think they've had some comments in the past, and I don't think I've seen anything in the folder since 2024. I didn't see a mention of fencing and if there will be any fencing around the perimeter of the project. We have of course, the recessed or the sunken parking level, but then on the site plan, as Commissioner Otley Brown mentioned, there are adjacent residential properties. So will there be a fence proposed? Will there be any additional visual screening or is it just the planter? And then
Sure, you're raising a good question on that one. So if the planters are going to be at a lower grade than the abutting properties, some form of fencing should be provided for security reasons. So, or safety, more, not security, more of a safety reason.
Yeah, I didn't see any mention of whether a fence was proposed and I may have missed it, but it should be clearly shown on the plans if there is something proposed and the heights. It's possible that that is a fence, but again, I didn't, and maybe I missed it on the site plan. So if you could point it to us and let us know what the extent of the proposed fencing is. And I
The
think that-
elevation shows some fencing, but the site plan is not clear. If you
But
zoom like right next to the landscaping, you're gonna see like some sort of an indication for a fence.
yeah, but
I think
a
what
little
would
more
be help-
detail would be helpful.
Yeah, I think also a little bit more detail as to what's the elevation of the abutting lots are to get an understanding of what the height of those fences are. And that also would be needed.
That was all I had.
Thank you. Okay, good.
Move on.
Yep.
Item number 22, 2024-57 BZ, 136-18 39th Avenue, Queens.
Uh, So we did receive a revised DOB objection sheet, and parking garage operational plan also has been provided. And photos of the parking spaces have been provided. It's an extremely empty parking space, and it's in good condition. Now, according to the revised analysis, under no action on weekday peak, which is from 11 to 12 noon, there will be a maximum of 44 vehicles. And with the proposed action, the peak period will shift to 10 to 11 a.m. with 55 vehicles. And there are 74 parking spaces. So the applicant represents that that would be adequate to meet the on-site parking demand. And on weekend, also, there is enough space available to meet the increase in the parking demand with action, which would peak at 11 to 12 p.m. with 18 vehicles. And the applicant provided an operational plan where it requires that first of all, it's the doctor's office that will be required to send the parking instruction to all patients after an appointment has been scheduled. And then in the parking garage, there will be an attendant who will be available to take the vehicles. And if the attendant is not at the desk, then there will be a sign posted for to contact the attendant to come and pick the car up. I think on paper, it looks very good. I just don't know in practice how good that is and how quick it is in terms of for someone managing this operation. So I'm not going, if the utilization of this parking space is less and the proposed use parking demand can be met on the site, that is one of the findings. I'm going to accept it, but I am somewhat skeptical about the business operation and of the parking lot. That's all I would say. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing to add.
Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I was pleased to see that they actually showed us photos to start that shows this actually operates as a parking garage on all floors, even though I did notice that only the cellar seems to have cars in it. The other two floors look like they're completely vacant, which was probably due to the fact that it always looked like it was shuttered and
Yeah.
nobody actually knew they could actually park there. It's nice to see they're gonna put an parking operating employees little office right next to the entrance which makes it believable that they're actually going to operate as they say they are going to in the plan in terms of being there on site so that when people drive up, they can actually get into the entrance ramp area. So I'm a little more confident in the operational plan actually working based on the photos and the plans, which actually look like an operational garage. And I think that they probably will have more than enough spots because I think that even with these operational plans in place, most people will opt to take a bus or an Uber to this area simply because their perception is that there's not going to be any parking. So I think it's probably going to be fine.
I just. Okay. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thanks. I have some comments on this one. The updated parking memo says that the garage is currently open from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday through Friday, but then it sounds like the operational plan and the statement of facts and the parking memo are proposing revised hours to 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So if you could confirm that that is the proposed hours. Let's see, the peak parking demand. Let's see, we've got a peak parking demand of 54 spaces plus 7 reservoir spaces, which equals a total of 61 spaces. I have a question about how do these 7 reservoir spaces work if they are upstairs? Usually reservoir spaces are places to immediately park your car and walk away so that the attendant has time to come down and take the cars. But if the reservoir spaces are on the 2nd floor and you need the elevator, then you need the attendant. So to me, the reservoir spaces don't work unless you actually have a full-time attendant here, because there's no way to get to any of the parking spaces without an attendant. And based on the parking study, you've got in and outs of, here, I'll share the parking study. You have a couple dozen cars going in and out at any given time, and the total accumulation gets you to 55, but who's moving 33 cars across 3 different floors of parking if somebody's part-time and the reservoir spaces are on the 2nd floor? I don't think it's impossible, but I think it needs a full-time attendant in order to actually function and serve even a portion of the spaces that are being proposed. Also here, unless I don't understand something, it seems like the total with action for the weekend would be 20 spaces, not 18. I assume it's the biggest number, and I just wanted to confirm. Let's see. So, yeah, if you could explain what the actual plan is for how the reservoir spaces will function, and I don't know. I'm skeptical. I think that it needs a full-time attendant, and we can't just have a phone number downstairs because it's a large number of parking. It's a large parking spaces, and it's a large amount of in and out to have someone not there and to have something back up onto the street. And I know that I've driven to Flushing many times to go eat food, and I know that there's a lot of people driving there. So. And there's a lot of parking garages that are often full. So I think that it's important that we make sure that this, especially with this proposal to turn this into medical offices that have such a big amount of traffic in and out, can actually serve the intended number of spaces that it has.
Okay.
Oh, and I also wanted to mention most of the spaces, 41 of the spaces are stackers too. So everything is so highly dependent on, I mean, probably multiple attendants really, because you have an elevator that takes you to stackers to get to these spots. But just want to say it needs attendance.
Yep. Okay. Okay, next case.
New cases, item number 23, 2025-03BZ, 3540 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has voted to approve this project. Community Board also stated that this project has been in place and there has not been any issues, and we also received a letter of support. This is a special permit application pursuant to 73311 of the newly adopted City of Yes zoning regulations to permit the existing accessory drive-through facility operating in conjunction with an as-of-right drinking establishment. It was approved by the board under the previous eating and drinking accessory drive-through special permit back in 2015. So this is in some ways like an extension of term for a 10-year period. So the change, what I noticed was that applicant is proposing a drive-through hours of operation to be from 6 a.m. to 12 a.m. 7 days of the week. And the trash pickup would be Sundays through Fridays around 8 p.m. No, actually, that's the standard. I'm sorry. This is the current operation. And my question was that if that is what is being proposed, also being retained. This is one project. When I looked at the site, I really thought it was a very well thought out plan in terms of the architectural elements that were used to separate out the pedestrian flow and the vehicular flow, using raised curbs, guardrails, and different material for pass-by to distinguish the pass-by lane from the drive-through lanes, and providing clear directional signs. So I thought, in a very simple, clean way, it was a very effective layout and configuration. I had one question. I noticed a lot of trash containers that were lined up against the rear wall, and my question was, why were they not located inside the trash enclosure? With regards to the findings of 73311, as per prior board's approval, 10 reservoir spaces are provided. And the analysis at that time was based on sedan. And as we know, increasingly more and more people are relying on SUVs. So I want the applicant to revise their plan to indicate how 10 reservoir parking spaces for an SUV sized vehicle would be can still be contained within the site. The applicant, so with regards to finding B, I want the applicant to provide a stop bar and a stop sign at the exit along the lot line. With regards to finding C, it meets the finding. Nostrand Avenue frontage is a very active commercial corridor, and being an interior lot, it only accesses Nostrand Avenue, so it clearly separates out the commercial from the residential component. With regards to finding D, my question was if the restaurant remains open after hours, after the drive-through hours are closed, and what measure is taken to prevent the queuing for drive-through? Are there signs with specified drive-through hours? And I did notice that the ABC analysis has been provided, but in addition to that, a note should be added that ABC shall be active during drive-through hours. With regards to finding E, along the rear lot line, the abutting residential use, there are abutting residential uses, and the side lot line, there are more commercial uses. The fence condition along the side lot lines are different and are of different finishes, and the heights of the buffers also vary. It seems to vary from 6 foot high to 8 foot high. either of material that is concrete wall or a chain link fence with wood slats. So it wasn't clear from the submitted document as to what material is being proposed. So I was looking at the previously approved plan. So if the applicant can revise the plans and indicate the proposed fence conditions and the attenuation that is being, that is there currently or is being proposed or being modified. And also provide rear lot line photos. I think that was one of the reasons I was having difficulty trying to understand the material. And indicate the length of these different fence or wall types, because if they keep varying, we need to know to what extent each material is running. Now, regarding the lumen, revise note number 1 on drawing sheet 13. The note should state that lumen level shall not exceed 2-foot candle at the lot line and not the other way around as stated in the document. Indicate the width of the raised curb along the parking space and the landscape area. And I think the applicant needs to include the new BZ calendar number. So that in the plan set. Other than that, I did not have any comments. It's really cleaning up the documents by clarity in the statement of facts. And I believe it did also respond to the air quality comments. I have to go back to the note. If I didn't have any comments, that means they reviewed it. Ms. Benke, is there any update on the environmental review?
Yes, they did respond to our latest EAF comments, where the only open item is WRP review, which we're waiting for a
Okay.
response from DCP. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. Viewing the layout, I do think that they will have room for the 10 reservoir spaces for SUVs. It looks like they have a lot of space in this,
Yeah.
on the site, but I do agree that that is this new standard and we should request that in every application. I do want to say that this drive-through has been around for 35 years. It hasn't had any complaints. And I too noticed the dumpsters that were pictured in picture number 4, but I believe that they were in the fence that is seen on picture number 5.
Oh.
I think they just opened the fence to take the photographs because I see the outlet. Oh, you see dumpster. Oh, there's a long
street.
That's what that was.
Yeah.
And that's also where you see the 10-foot and 8-foot the deviation.
Yeah.
Other than that, I have no comments. Are those, so there's garbage bins along. Do you think that's for them people throwing food out and like from the-
There. Garbage storage, like the way they're lined up and they're the big plastic bin, looks like.
It's very well said, I have to say.
I mean,
But it's
it's
extremely
called the new garbage setup,
Yep.
but it's definitely outside of the trash enclosure. It just seems onerous to have so many little bins.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would think that it was for people who ate in the car and had someplace to throw out their garbage.
Does-
Go over there.
No.
We see like 10 dumpsters and.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Ali Brown? I'm sorry, if you're talking away from the microphone, you're breaking up. I apologize.
Okay, I just want to say, if I were going to throw out food, I would not go near a trash enclosure with a whole line of garbage cans. I would expect to see a surprise I didn't want to see.
Yeah.
So I would pass that up.
Put that little hand up
I
and
think
say,
that's,
"Thank you."
Uh-huh.
I think that's good judgment.
Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown.
That was my only comment, that they needed to put the trash bins into the enclosure and keep them there.
Okay.
Not good for the new garbage setup.
No,
No,
I'm not in favor of the new setup.
Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if the figure, the plan for the noise propagation is to scale. I'm sorry, that cross section. So I believe it's not, because I'm looking at 2 dimensions, and the smaller one sounds like the distance for it is larger than the like the larger one. So if it's not to scale, please redraw it to scale. The second thing, I'm not seeing a luminous spread. I thought actually I'm like missing a revised set of plans or so. So I opened the one on Teams right now on the SharePoint, and I can see a luminous spread diagram submitted.
Yeah.
And I hear you, Chair, like referring to a drawing number 13.
Hmm.
The drawing number 13, I'm not sure if this is a luminous spread diagram. Yes, I can see a set of notes. It says lighting plan notes, but yeah, I don't see any candles on that plan. Do you?
I do not.
Yeah, so they need to fill it in then. They need to, because when you look at the pictures, you can see that they have like some sort of tall light poles. So they need to like make sure that nothing is spilling to adjacent property, and that only can be checked by running the luminous spread diagram, and that's all what I have for now.
Yeah, I think I was referring to this plan sheet, even though it does not show the lumen analysis. I think our standard is it shall be no less than, it can be no more than.
Yes.
To
Yes, understood. Yes, but usually we look at the plan, and if we're skeptical, or even if we're not, we ask them to add this kind of notice. It's like an extra protection layer note. But if they don't have the plan originally, I would ask them to provide a plan.
Okay.
To make sure, at least to look at the numbers and make sure that nothing is like crazy or shedding to like the adjacent property. I see they are showing the locations for the lighting units, but no candles. That's weird. Maybe it wasn't the AutoCAD layer and it got deleted or something. So if they can check it and provide it, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. I noticed a couple of typos in the statement of facts. The second to last paragraph, it notes that the original grant was issued in 1988. I think it was issued in 1990 per the resolution. And then also I noticed something funny. The last paragraph says that a 5-year term was granted in 2015 that expired in 2025. And then I read the resolution and it did seem like we granted a 5-year term that lasted for 10 years. So I mean, and I may be wrong, but I was trying to figure out if that was the case. So, but the resolution does state the 2025 year as the expiration year.
Yeah.
But here we're looking at it for a 10-year term. Since this is a new application, I would like for you to revise the drawings so that the reservoir spaces start from the pickup window, which is typically the standard, because you wouldn't be waiting to exit. The key is to be waiting for your actual food. And so we need the first car to be at the pickup window, and then that would push the cars out a bit further into the parking area, which may affect some of your parking spaces. I think you have plenty of space to make it work, but I would like that updated for this new application. Then let's see, the section is definitely out of scale. Let me just show it. And I feel like I'm harping on this a lot lately, but I think it's important that we get these drawn to scale, because this yellow line is meant to indicate the decibel level at 32 feet. And this section is a 22-foot wide section. So the colors are not coordinating with anything on the site. And the whole point of this section is to show us how loud it's going to be as the sound dissipates towards the property line. So please update that. I think you've done that. I think Bowler has done that on a recent project. It shouldn't just be the sound levels, but also the actual section through the site showing the actual conditions with scaled dimensions. The signage, I think it looks like the proposal is out of compliance. It's got a, let me see, where's the, I pass it. The signage schedule is my landscape schedule. Here we go. So it says that you've got an illuminated road sign, which I think is the pylon sign, and it's 111 square feet, which is pretty big. I believe that sign is referring to this pylon sign, but I would need you to confirm because it doesn't seem like you have an 111 square foot sign. This dimension says it's 14 feet wide and 20 feet tall. So either the dimensions are wrong or the area calculations are wrong, or this is not drawn to scale. But based on the photos, it seems like the dimensions are wrong because a 14-foot wide sign would be enormous. So please confirm that and confirm whether or not your signage is in or out of compliance and whether you're seeking to also legalize the illuminated signage on the site. And the trash we talked about, I think that's all I've got.
Commissioner Yoon, can you clarify what do you mean by the colors and the relation between the colors and the scale? I didn't get that.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
No, I'll pull that back up. So what I believe is happening is the AVC comes with this section
Yes.
and then they copying, pasting, and then putting in the dimensions. But the problem is, so these rings are meant to
The contours, yes.
Yes, they're meant to correspond with distances away from the actual speaker. And so when you cut the section through the center of that yellow line should be at about 32 feet, or that's what this is saying.
Yes, the yellow line actually, that what is shown in the section is the start of the, can you go back to the plan, please? Yeah, and go up a little bit. Yeah, you see the start of the yellow line? The difference between the green and the yellow?
Yeah.
Where it says 16 feet?
Yeah.
That's what it should be shown on the section for the yellow, because that when they put the yellow as a contour, they put the highest value in the yellow, which is, I believe, 54. So this is where the yellow starts at 16 feet. And then it goes less until it hits the next color. And then they put the next line there. So if you want to, in short, if you want to fill the section in like color shaded, between the green and the yellow, it should be yellow, similar to the plan. And then between the cyan or the blue and the green, it should be green, and so on. So I believe that contouring is okay, but the scale of the section is not. Did you get what I mean?
And the labels are obviously very confusing to say that that's at 32 feet, but you're saying that the yellow zone goes between 16 and 32 feet, and that would be approximately where it is right now. So
But the walls
that-
then
I
should
stand
be
corrected on that.
within that yellow. In this case, the wall is shown outside the 32 feet, and based on the section, that property line would be within that, right?
I think that what Commissioner Sheta is, I think, accurately pointing out to me is that this whole zone up to about here is
The yellow.
the yellow.
And
No. Go back to the plan, please.
if you look at the map. it
Yes,
looks-
yes, I'm sorry. Yes, you're right. Yes.
Sorry, it's terrible.
Yes. Yes, you are right. Yes. The yellow contour here is the start of the yellow shading on the plan. The start meaning it's the closest to the menu board, which is 16 feet. And then beyond that yellow contour, it should be yellow until it hits the next color. And as you can see on the plan, the yellow is past the property line and the wall itself.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay,
Ready?
And don't worry about the scale. We're gonna get there. Probably it's gonna take a year, but they will get it. Like the coast thing. Don't
We
be
got it.
right.
We got a good one a couple months ago, so I think.
Item number 24, 2025-06 BZ 8802 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, we received proof of initial filing and hearing notice. Community Board has scheduled its hearing for May 20th, which is today. So this is also another special permit application pursuant to 73311 to permit the existing accessory drive-through facility that is operating in conjunction with an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment. And board had last approved this under the pre-ZEO text in 2019. A couple of housekeeping. Per plan note, the trash enclosure material is a chain link fence with opaque slats. It is not matching the photos that's provided. And so the applicant needs to revise the plan set. Based on the photos, it seems to be made out of some metal material and not a chain link fence. So please revise the plan set. There are excess banners that are mounted on the light pole along 88th Street. Please remove those. With regards to the proposed, I have a couple of business questions. I mean, actually the ownership question. Why is the BZ form, why does the BZ form list White Castle Systems, Inc. as the owner? So is White Castle the owner of record and Popeyes is the lessee? So that's a question I have. The hours of operation for the drive-through has not been clarified. Is it the same as the prior grant where the drive-through will close at 9 p.m. Will be closed from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. Mondays through Thursdays and 9 p.m. To 8 a.m. Fridays to Saturday? That was not clarified in the statement. Provide the signage accordingly to the hours of operation for the drive-through on the plan and mounted prior to the board grant. Indicate the landscaping, indicate landscaping behind the trash enclosure as shown on the plan. The area, indicate the landscaping behind the trash enclosure as it was in the previously approved plan. And the area next to the parking space number 5, either landscape it or raise the curb. And the reason for that is that it can result in this is to prevent any vehicles parking over onto the sidewalk. On the plan, show the existing raised curb along Northern Boulevard frontage. Now, regarding the proposed signage, plan page BZ 100, note states sign number C will be replaced with 42 square foot illuminated sign, which would be more than indicated on the chart, which is 32 square foot. And that would increase the total surface area. And the illuminated sign will exceed 50 square foot. So you need to go back and revise the compliance chart, revise the signage analysis chart, and revise the notes that are on the plan accordingly to make sure that the signage complies with the underlying C1 regulation. Also, note on the plan set BZ20 states that new illuminated signage will be added to 88th Street elevation. The analysis, sign analysis should also include the proposed sign on the and the existing sign, which says "Love that chicken" signage to the sign analysis and also to the chart. The applicant needs to remove graffiti from the rear fence line based on the photos that's been provided. So moving on to findings. Finding A, as per prior board grant, 10 reservoir spaces have been provided, and that was based on sedans. Again, ensured that 10 spaces can be provided utilizing SUV as a typical vehicle type. With regards to finding B, per site photos provided, there is a pod container box occupying parking space number 7. Pod needs to be removed to comply with the minimum 7 parking spaces that is required. Add a stop bar aligned with the building wall fronting Northern Boulevard to minimize pedestrian conflict. Similar to the placement of 3 bollards by the entrance and exit to the building on the right-hand side, locate similar kind of bollards on the left-hand side exit for additional safety measures for residents, for pedestrians, I'm sorry. Restripe the directional and the parking spaces because I think the signs are fading. Add a note to the plan that under no circumstances shall the motor vehicles queue be allowed to spill back onto Northern Boulevard, including blockage of the sidewalks because of operational safety concerns. If there is if this condition fails and it cannot be met during operation of the facility, BSA in consultation with DOT and DOB will take action to revoke the approvals for the accessory drive-through windows and or on the curb cut. With regards to finding C, drive-through is accessed from Northern Boulevard, and it also exits into Northern Boulevard, which is totally oriented towards commercial frontage, so it meets finding C. With regards to finding D, plan set needs to include lumen plan, landscaping detail, AVC analysis, maneuverability flow, similar to that that was provided in 2019 approved set of plan. I'm not sure why those did not get included in the initial submission. These elements go together and go towards addressing the findings that the board has to make pursuant to 73.311. Regarding air quality, applicant needs to provide that information about the traffic volume in comparison to SECRA threshold. It is one of the new findings, which was not previously required, but the applicant needs to address that in its statement of findings. With regards to finding E, applicant needs to update the plans to include the landscaping. There is one open DOB violation, which is construction related. And I would like the applicant to clarify what is being done to cure that issue. Ms. Benke, is there any update on the environmental review status?
I just have one comment on the type 2 form. They have to check yes for part 1, question 5, and then add the section number, which is 4, because this qualifies as a type 2.
Great, thank you. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with all your comments. The only thing I would clarify is I believe the committee board is voting on the 22nd.
Oh, 22nd. Oh, sorry.
I have nothing further.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
My only question refers to the pods storage container on site that appears to be taking up a parking spot that should be removed.
Yeah, otherwise you're not complying with the parking requirement. Yeah. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. Just making sure, we just got, for the drawings, we got 3 sheets in the plan set, right?
Yes.
Oh, we just got one?
No, no.
3 sheets, 3 drawings, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to make sure that I'm not missing a submission. So I didn't see a, first of all, on the statement of facts, on page 4, it says there have been no changes or alteration made to the site since letter of substantial compliance granted in 2021. I believe they are referring to the letter of no objection. So if this is a typo, I believe so. I need him to describe the operation in the statement of facts, including hours and trash removal hours. Please provide sound analysis, sound propagation analysis, both in plans and section, and please make the section to scale. We need a lumen spread because if you look at the picture, you're going to see some, like the picture submitted, you're going to see some tall light poles, and they are like immediately adjacent to residential. if they have an AVC option in the menu board speaker, they need to indicate that, and they need to like indicate on the drawings that the AVC will be on if the sound analysis is based on such. And also they need to indicate the specifications and the extents of the fences, including the acoustic fence, if any. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I had a lot of the same comments that have already been said. So just in summary, the plans I think should be more comprehensive, similar to the previously approved plans. This is a new special permit application. So all of the drawings that the chair mentioned and Commissioner Sheta also mentioned, those need to be included, those analyses. One clarification, in the last resolution, there were specifications on the drive-through enunciator being off or closed between 9 p.m. and 7 a.m. Monday through Thursday, 9 p.m. to 8 a.m. Friday and Saturday. What are the hours for Sunday? And I think that's, everything else has been stated. Thank you.
Good catch. Okay. Thank you.
Move on.
Yes.
Oh 2025-07BZ, 1717 Richmond Road, Staten Island, and we received a community board recommendation a little while ago.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, I emailed it to everybody.
Oh, I,
Want me to read it?
yes, please.
Charming. I'm only kidding. That was
Charming.
facetious. That was facetious and rude. Okay.
I'll also pull it up if that helps.
The community board disapproves. The application is to be opposed unless and until following conditions are satisfied. You want to put it on the screen? Reconfigure the exit to prevent left-hand turns onto Richmond Road from the drive-through. Construct a storage bin. Garbage needs to be contained in the exterior, cleaned regularly throughout. Drive area needs to build a line busting area. Daylight ingress and egress to 1717 Richmond Road to improve visibility and safety for both drivers and pedestrians. So the committee vote was 11 in favor. 11 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstained, 0 not entitled. That means,
I think it says 22 in favor.
yeah, board members, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Oh, that was the committee vote. The board members are 21 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstained, 0 not entitled. So they basically disapproved this.
That's pretty much unanimously disapproved.
Excuse me, sir?
Unanimously disapproved.
Unanimously disapproved. Proper
Okay.
wording.
Thank you for okay, so we do have a proof of initial filing and hearing notice. As we gather now, community board has voted to disapprove this. We also received 2 objection letters and one stating concerns regarding traffic and pedestrian safety, air pollution, and concerns regarding fire department access, and also received a letter of support. This is a special permit application pursuant to the new ZEO 73311 to permit the existing accessory drive-through facility operating in conjunction with an as-of-right eating and drinking establishment. It was previously approved by the board back in 2019. This is part of a large zoning lot, which includes the existing as-of-right eating, drinking with a drive-through with another as-of-right use group 6 operation. So the parking space that is provided for this zoning lot, it's to address the parking requirement for both the eating and drinking and for the other as-of-right use group 6 operation. The drive-through is provided through the zoning lot. And I remember back when I was on the board then, there was a discussion as to how the flow would happen and without affecting any backup from the activities of the other as-of-right use. So like an extension of term, an amendment of a previously approved plan is being proposed, and the applicant is proposing to relocate the trash enclosure from interior to an outside storage area. The applicant is proposing an enclosed trash area that would be located along the drive-through to the left-hand side. That would be, the trash enclosure would be about 7'6" high of concrete structure with metal door. And the applicant is stating this would result in reduction in the landscape area along the western side lot line. And some of the landscaping area will be asphalted, because I think the trash and the vehicle that will be picking up the trash will be backing into the drive-through from the drive-through lane. At least that's what graphically it seemed like. But it was not clear from the statements as to why. So the applicant needs to provide the reason for asphalting the landscaping area, especially at the egress point, which will not be aligned with the flow of vehicles exiting from the drive-through and the existing exit curb cut. So the applicant needs to identify why they're not able to retain the landscaping along the exit point. A stop bar needs to be indicated and a stop sign has to be provided. And the information across the plan set is not consistent. I also actually, without knowing what community board was asking, I also asked that the applicant provide a no left turn sign. Because the road is, you have to make a right turn. It's a two-way road, and there's, I think, a two yellow traffic line, two double traffic lines. So put a,
You can't cross them.
so you can't cross.
Yeah.
So
Well, you shouldn't.
you
shouldn't.
you shouldn't, right?
I've
That's-
seen. the
I'm sorry.
property.
Yeah.
I'm
It should
sorry,
be
I
you
should've said
shouldn't.
I apologize.
So a sign should be saying no left turn. And the drawing sheet number 15 of 16 is not legible, and some of the information provided on sheet number 14, 13, and 12 are also not legible. And I think that is because these are specs from prior grants that are being copied, and somehow it's losing the it's getting distorted in the process. So with regards to the findings, finding A, I'm sorry, that is regarding reservoir spaces. There are 10 existing reservoir spaces, and the applicant is proposing to maintain those reservoir spaces. I have to see if they were, I'm not that concerned about whether there would be an issue with SUV parking, because it has a pretty long access point. And so even with replacing, I'm just going to look at the plans to see. Yeah, I think here also it shows sedan. So I would say change it to SUVs and indicate that 10 reservoir spaces as indicated still would work, which I believe it would. But just revise the plans accordingly. With regards to finding B, apart from providing 10 reservoir spaces, as I stated, that there is space for additional 2 to 3 vehicles after the pickup window, and since the subject site is located within a zoning lot consisting of 37 parking spaces, there is enough space for additional vehicles for the waiting in line to be part of the reservoir space to join the drive-through queue. So the approach to the drive-through queue further allows for additional holding area within the site. However, with that said, and from what the community is saying, and so this is a Starbucks operation, they definitely should look at line busting technique to reduce the flow of the traffic and reduce the tail of the reservoir space to the drive-through, so that it is not affecting vehicles that are coming to the site for the other as of right uses. And So again, with regards to the curb cut that is exiting from the drive-through, it needs to be aligned in a way of the way it's exiting. So from the photos, it seems that curb cut is much wider than actually it is shown on the plan. So if the applicant can clarify that. And and also as to why it is curving, is there any reason? Because if that's going to make it more difficult for vehicles to exit or for the trash truck to enter, that's a question I have. With regards to finding C, the subject operation is, as I said, is a part of a development parcel that includes other as of right use group 6. And Richmond Road is a corridor that is consisting of commercial uses and the existing accessory drive-through and the entrance is oriented towards motor vehicles. With regards to finding D, there is a significant grade drop from the residential use that is located in the rear to the subject side. And there is an existing retaining wall, which seems to be higher than 20 foot from the photos that's being provided along the rear lot line. So, as per the prior grant, applicant states that the lumen level will be 0 at the side lot line. And as per the prior board approved plan, AVC will be adjusted, automatically adjusted to reduce the sound level and will be consistent with the ambient sound level. Also, the retaining wall and the steep slope at the rear lot line would minimize the lumen spread and the sound dispersion. Regarding the air quality, applicant needs to provide the information about the traffic volume in comparison with the SECRA threshold. It is one of the new findings that the applicant needs to address in the statement. With regards to finding E, with the placement of an exterior trash enclosure, the amount of landscaping along the side lot line is reduced. As I stated earlier, a clear justification has not been provided by the applicant for eliminating the landscaping along the western frontage near the exit point. Though abutting use is a commercial use, at a minimum provide a chain link fence along the western lot line to prevent any possible pedestrian flow between the abutting lots and to further minimize any possible pedestrian conflict with the drive-through lane. So those are my comments. Are there any violations that was not clarified by the applicant that should be provided? Ms. Benke, is there any update on the environmental review?
They submitted the type 2 form and there's no further comments besides what you mentioned for the findings. AQ finding.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Shibata.
I just had some follow-up questions with regard to the garbage pickup. They didn't say what time the garbage will be picked up. And they also didn't say whether or not this outside storage, whether it's going to be refrigerated or not. And they do sell a lot of food there. So I think that's a relevant question. And they also, I believe.
We never asked for that for as of right use. We never asked for that.
Nor did a buildings department requirement.
Right.
A refrigerator, yeah.
Yeah. So first of all, this is an as of right use. The eating and drinking establishment is an as of right use. So they are required to store their trash either within the site or within the building or within the site in an enclosed trash receptacle. The nature and the and type is never specified. So we need to be very clear on that. So they have to store the trash within their site, which has to be 50 feet from the intersection. From the nearest street. I think that's the requirement.
So then all I will add to this is that I believe we granted this case in 2018. And of all the cases that I've done since being here, this is the one that I've heard the most complaints about, just walking around in Staten Island. The while the parking layout seems to be sufficient on the plans, the entrance and exit on one side just has caused a lot of people to bump into each other's cars.
Okay,
There needs to be something, like, this is something that at least many residents in Staten Island who have brought to my attention were very unhappy with how this lot is configured. Now, I don't know if we could do anything about that.
so, okay, so here's the thing. So apart from the accessory drive-through, that is the only review that the board has. The layout as proposed is an as-of-right layout for two businesses that are permitted as of right, an eating and drinking establishment that is permitted as of right, and an as of right use group 6 retail use as of right. So if they were to locate it, typically this is how the configuration would be located. Now, if if there is a conflict that is happening at the only entrance and exit point, it is happening not because of the drive-through. Drive-through exit is a separate drive-through exit. And the vehicular entrance for the drive-through and for the commercial use is same. But the vehicular exit, which is shared by the entrance, it's only for those vehicles that are exiting from the as of right eating and drinking establishment and from the as of right commercial use group. So yes, the applicant should look at their layout and improve their circulation, because it's in their business model's interest to make sure such kind of conflicts are minimized, and it's in the best interest of the retail users that they are trying to contain within the site. But the exit point for the drive-through is a separate exit point. So we have to be somewhat careful in how we prescribe the entry and exit for this. And if the drive-through was backing up and into the moving lanes for the commercial vehicles and was spilling out onto the Richmond Road entryway, that is a concern that definitely needs to be addressed through line busting techniques during peak hours. Absolutely. And the applicant needs to respond to that.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Yeah. It's a kind of a tricky, I hear what you're saying, Vice Chair, but it's a tricky situation. It's almost, think of it this way, if there was an existing eating and drinking establishment and an existing use group 6 establishment, and the eating and drinking establishment decided to add a drive-through, then how would we analyze it? So
I know it's not my turn, but just to say that I think that saying that the drive-through doesn't affect the traffic in the main curb cut is probably not true, because you're inviting more cars to come into this site just because it is a drive-through. If it were a regular parking, eating and drinking.
that is one school of thought, but the other school of thought is also the drive-through results in less vehicles that are waiting and parking, and the turnover rate is much quicker.
Yeah, but there's also that the turnaround to get to the drive-through, that can only fit one car at a time. So the rest of the parking spots here, it's still, again, I'd like to think some more about and hear the applicant, his position, but other than that, I have nothing further to say.
Yeah, I think definitely the concern that's been raised, where is that accident happening? Is it happening within the site, exit? And the conflict is arising from what? That's not clear from the community board statement. Okay, thank you. Yes, I will be open to the discussion. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I just want to say that I think that the applicant should commit to enforcing the line busting operational features that we often ask for, including constructing a pullover space past the payment window, placing an emphasis on mobile ordering, which they can advertise within their site, and also assigning an employee to process pre-ordering before the menu board, which is often done at Chick-fil-A and to great success. So they should commit to that and put that in an operational plan for the board to review.
Okay, good. Commissioner Shetta?
Thank you, Chair. The first thing I have is if you look at drawing, let me check which one is this. This is BSA-600, sheet number 11 of 60. I'm talking about note number 2. I probably can share that to make it easier for everyone. Yeah, this drawing, let me just move thing around. Yeah, this note here. That one. It says menu board speaker system incorporates AVC. This system automatically adjusts speaker volume to reduce sound levels relative to ambient sound. That's incorrect. That what the AVC does is adjusting the output, the sound level output from the menu board speaker based on the ambient level, ambient noise levels. It adds almost 14 or 15 decibels above that. So it doesn't reduce, it just adapt the ambient and add a slight portion on top of that. So please look at that wording in that note. And what drew my attention here is see chart below for AVC reduction of dBA. And when I looked at the chart, 2 charts actually provided. You can see here, this one, and this has nothing to do with the AVC. It's just like defining different decibels as relative to different events. But this chart here, it doesn't sound to like be about decibels at all. It's about probably maximum frame size in megabytes or megabits, maximum video byte rate. I'm not sure if they are referring to maybe another missing chart they can provide. If not, then like please check the wording in that note number 2, that the entire wording in it. The second thing, and that actually gives me an impression that nobody looked at this drawing specifically and reviewed it, but we do. If you look at the sound propagation plan here, first of all, this is non-traditional sound propagation plan. But even if you take it and you look at the distances here, 84 at 100 feet, 66 at 800 feet, 60 at 1600 feet, and then 36 at 20 feet, and then 34 at 3,200. I don't know what the heck is that. These distances, I'm not sure what it refers to. And in my opinion, no sound analysis needed for this project, because like you mentioned, Chair, there is like a huge great difference between the residential in the back or on the side and the grades at the subject side. So if they want, either correct these numbers or even eliminate them at all. You don't need a sound analysis on this project. Just give us a note that says AVC will be on all the time, and that would be enough. Thank you.
Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I wanted to bring up the SUV versus sedan parking space comments and maybe come up with a solution, because the zoning typically defines parking spaces as no less than 18 feet long by 8.5 feet wide. And then it also does say that for reservoir spaces, but this is specific to the Manhattan core but it is a consistent dimension for parking stalls and reservoir spaces. So perhaps the reason I bring it up is because one could say, well, what is a sedan? What is an SUV dimension? What are the standards that we're operating by? Perhaps if we just had them dimension that each reservoir space meets those requirements, 18 feet long by 8.5 wide, which should accommodate even the largest of SUVs, then it's a standard that's coming from the zoning resolution and not based on a graphic or an assumption. So if they could, I'm asking you, Chair, because you're the one that's.
I
bringing
think
out
that that's, I'm fine with that.
Okay,
I think the reason somehow the visually seeing a vehicle makes it much clearer in terms of how you're making the turns. And
Yeah.
at some point, instead of showing a box, it was better to show the car.
yeah.
Because also reality is, if let's say you're showing 18-inch, 18 foot by 8.5, right? That's the size of a car. Now for a parking area. Now, not every car is going to be, what I want to say is there has to be some space around it also.
That is bigger than most cars. That's why the parking spaces are mandated to be 18 feet by 8.5.
Yeah, so there's hangover room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so all of the parking requirements, I believe in the zoning resolution require that all spaces have to meet that minimum dimension.
Okay.
But the car, and I think on this set of drawings, there is an outline for the 18 or it's not dimension here, so I'm making that assumption. There's a box and then there's the car inset.
Within that, okay.
And so I think what maybe, if we agree that those dimensions seem to
Sorry.
make sense, then we can ask that at least one typical is dimensioned on the plan to indicate that it meets those requirements.
I think I would be okay with that, but I would want to hear from the practitioners
Okay.
as to, this seems to be would not be an off. Commissioner Otley Brown, did you have anything to add?
I'm just a little weary about putting additional requirements for the reservoir spaces that aren't specified in the findings for a drive-through. That's all. And so that's what you're seeing in my face, is wondering if that's an overreach by us. Just having, we looked through this case. I was here when this case first came, and there was a lot of overreach in this case
I know.
regarding the construction of the parking lots, the ramp, not the ramp, the driveway, the way
Yeah.
the driveway curved, and all things that were kind of over the line of being outside of our purview, so to speak. And so I'm just a little leery about doing that again in this case, especially since the drawing shows that you do have adequate space even to add more cars to your drive-through lane than the reservoir spaces, than to now say, okay, and now I want you to show me that 20 feet will work, or 22 feet would work, or, that's not anywhere in the findings for this special permit, that you demonstrate that extremely large SUVs would be able to line up 10 of them, when in reality, you're not going to get 10 extremely large SUVs at the same time. The variety is, like, a lot of people drive sedans, people drive compact hatchbacks, people drive, Mini Coopers, people drive Ford F-150 pickups that are huge, but you don't have like 15 Ford F-150s pulling up for coffee at the same time. So I don't know if I want to get on board with the insisting on an analysis that 10 very large SUVs can fit here, when the photo shows that 10 very large SUVs can fit here, simply because you're going to be in a situation necessarily where you don't have this kind of space for 10 SUVs that are very long to fit in a reservoir lane in another Starbucks, and we may not ask them to demonstrate that, and the community will pick up on what's being applied elsewhere and insist on it in other cases where you don't have it. And we're gonna either have to adopt this constantly in every single case, and then I think we're on shaky ground because the findings don't require that. There's no findings for the special permit drive-through that say, and make sure that those 10 reservoir spaces are far larger than a standard sedan. It's not written anywhere, so how are we gonna be able to uphold that everywhere?
All well, good points on both ends. I will agree that we do need to think about this before we institute anything going forward. But one of the reasons I am trying to, one of the things I do want to see if whether it's a combination of sedan or maxing the sedans with, or combination of sedans and SUVs or SUVs, is to make sure at the end of the day that the queue of the drive-through is not going to affect the pedestrian and the traffic flow. And we are going to see a lot of extension of terms from the 5 years to the 10 years. And for sites that are of varying degree, you're absolutely right, where this will not be an issue, and where in some cases, I can think of a few where this can become an issue. And in those situations, we have to insist that their operational plan pick up on the slack and pick up on the ability to do more line busting, to do more mobile technique, and therefore that additional condition that is kind of coming up is that you have to make sure that you do not create a situation where vehicles are backing up.
But I think you can condition a resolution that says, and we've seen it before, that absolutely in no uncertain terms will the drive-through reservoir lane back up onto the street. And you can insist on an operational plan that shows line busting techniques without tinkering with the actual reservoir space size. Unless you then want to go back to city planning and say, listen, you need to revise your text to say that a reservoir space of at least 20 feet in length or 25 feet in length while you're at it, you know, be measured, and there should be a total of 10 cars of that length allowed.
All good points. I'm going to take note of this and we will circle back. I will not take a step right now, but we do need to evaluate internally and discuss with other agencies and circle back.
Okay.
Good points. Both of you have raised good points. Okay.
All right. So then to continue, I had a question about the drawings. Let's see. So we have this new trash enclosure that's being proposed outside, and then you have this crosswalk or pedestrian path that's meant to cut through the drive-through lane, and these ramps that are coming down to get you there. But there's no change to the interior layout. So if we're looking at the, so I guess it's a twofold question. Where was the trash before, and where is it? How is it going to get out there now? So that same ramp situation should be, I think, here, located to the left of the workroom. So if you could provide more detail on how that's actually going to get from A to B, and then also include that information on your plan so that I'm not having to piece it together between the site plan and the interior plan. Then we have, the sound plan. I agree with Commissioner Shetta's comments. And the lighting plan doesn't indicate where the lights are on the plan, and there's no lumen analysis. Maybe it's not needed because of where the residential is so much higher, but indicate where the lights are. There are flexible bollard details on 810, but they're not indicated on the plan, and they were, I think, on the previously approved plan. So if you could address that. Let me just share it. Here we go. And I think as the chair mentioned, so those are the flexible bollard plans. It's clear that this has been copied pretty poorly from the previously approved plans, and it's hard to read and it's hard to understand what's relevant. So this is a new application, so it'd be great to start with a new and legible set of drawings to work with, but also clarify whether the flexible bollards are being used, and if not, why they've been removed because they were on the previously approved drawings. And then I might have missed it, but can you provide a parking analysis or parking calculation that just clearly states how many parking spaces you need for the Starbucks and how many you need for the retail? The zoning analysis just shows a sum total of, I think, 37, but if you could break it out by each use, so we just know that the Starbucks has the adequate number of spaces and the retail also, because it's a grocery store. So just want to make sure that we've got all of that covered and written in the submission. And that's, I think, all I had.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 25, 2024-59BZ, 1343, 1353 50th Street, Brooklyn.
Receive proof of initial filing and hearing notice. We have not received a community board vote. Did receive a letter of support. This is an application for a bulk variance pursuant to zoning resolution section 7221 for an enlargement of an existing as-of-right school that is located on the subject site. Applicant is seeking a floor area, FAR waiver, lot coverage, rear yard, front wall height, and setback and sky exposure plane waiver. So this is an existing school. There are two zoning lots currently, which is the proposal is to merge these two zoning lot into one zoning lot. And currently in one of the zoning lot, there is an existing school as of right. And the proposal will be to vertically and horizontally enlarge this school into this merged zoning lot. And the reason for that is to accommodate the growth of the student population in the school. And I think the proposal is to accommodate 217 students. That's based on the 10-year growth analysis that's been done. So the threshold analysis is the deference offered to school per 1210 definition. Based on the information that's been provided, it would meet that. So moving on to the findings. Regarding the programmatic need, as I stated, the school has been at the subject site since 1984. The current enrollment has increased more than what the capacity of this existing school is. And it is a school for pre-K, pre-nursery to 8th grade. And the proposal is to not only accommodate the growth, the expected growth in the next few years. So I think the whole review and the analysis, the document that's been submitted, I found it very helpful. There are 2 hours of operations, one for the preschool and the other one is for the grades 1 through 8. And the applicant states that the current modal split is basically 20% walk to the site and rest take the bus. There aren't any private vehicles drop off and pick up. That's happening. What was not clear from the submission as to what is the projected number of buses that would be needed for the increase in the student body. Currently, I believe 5 buses are used for the preschools and 6 buses are used for elementary and middle school. So will there be an increase in the number of buses? And the questions, though the applicant states that the combination of the existing frontage and the proposed widened frontage, which would be 160 foot, and sometimes they also share the frontage with the abutting school, it would be adequate. It would meet the all the vehicles that will be coming in a 45-minute interval for pickup and drop off. But I need more clarity. And if there is an agreement with the abutting school, I would like to know that, because I'm assuming same thing is being reciprocated, and how would that ensure that there won't be any double parking or vehicular backing up onto the street? And that goes actually to the neighborhood character finding, but I just had to state that. In terms of the context, the neighborhood is a kind of a mixed. It's a lot of the mid-block consists of mix of building typology, ranging from low-rise to mid-rise, 60 to 80-foot high buildings. So the proposal falls within that. It's right on the edge, but it's within that range. Regarding the rear yard depth, study has been provided, and I appreciate the study that was provided. We generally have to ask the applicant, but here the applicant proactively has provided it. And the rear yard depth in this block varies from 15 foot to 35 foot, and this particular project will be providing a 17-foot, has an existing 17-foot rear yard. We will continue to extend that for the rest of the horizontal and vertical enlargement. With regards to finding D, that's been met. So I don't actually have I found the overall submission very thorough and very helpful. Apart from that clarification regarding the modal split and how it would address the bus drop-off and pickup zone, I think it seems to be reasonable. I do have one question. There was a chart I noticed, and that showed that was a comparison chart with regards to the square foot per student. And it wasn't quite clear what it was intended for. I didn't see it connected to the submission. Maybe I missed it. So if the applicant can clarify that. Ms. Benke, are there any issues or any update on the environmental status?
We issued some comments based on a call with DEP to the applicant on air quality noise, just to basically specify more things in the EAS. So we're waiting for a response for that. The EAS will need the disadvantaged communities assessment as well. And I believe other areas are closed at this point.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm assuming the noise is because of the rooftop use for play area.
Right, because when you add to an existing building, sometimes the analysis is different because the rooftop play area is also could have an impact on the existing school as well. So.
Right. And I don't recall seeing any notes on the plan with regards to the 17-foot rear yard. If that is going to be used for any outdoor activities, because if it is not, then a note should be added.
I think we also had a few other comments that we sent in April, so I'll follow up with the applicant.
Okay. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I had many of your similar comments, but I did want to expound a bit on your question with regard to the buses. It seems that from 2017 or 2018 to 2024, November 2024, there have been at least 10 buses parked on the street in every Google photo. Both sides of the street, some a little bit on the sidewalk. And also, like, there have been conditions where you would see a large amount of trash just being piled onto the street. And just a very haphazard, not appropriate for a community way. So I really want them to address that. That would be, they want to see that, they could see it in November of 2024, the photo of just you know,
Mhm.
a whole bunch of trash being just lobbed into the street.
Okay.
So I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. The applicant, excuse
That's you.
me, sorry. The applicant did state that they do keep their trash refrigerated indoors, but,
That would suggest otherwise.
yeah. So applicant needs to clarify. And there are other schools in the area. I don't know, how those are managed and, what is,
So,
those
I-
need to be clarified also.
sure.
I mean, it's not there in their purview, but the applicant needs to clarify
Well-
how their business model and operation is with regards to trash enclosure and bus.
Unless there are other Jewish schools, it seems like all of these buses belong to these two schools. Unless there's other Jewish
Okay.
schools in the neighborhood, which I don't know the answer to.
Okay.
There is an adjacent school next to them, I believe. They said that they use them to put some students in there. I believe there is an adjacent school.
Yeah, on lot 48. Currently, the school is overrun, and so they use, I think, 7 classrooms from the adjacent. It's part of the same kind of umbrella organization. So they do use some of the classrooms from that. But be that as it may, and if it is from the same organization, there should be a greater, it's not a requirement, but at least it's a suggestion that the applicant should carry out, should carry it to the board members. But for this subject side, definitely it needs to be addressed. We can chip away one at a time in the best possible way. Yeah, good call. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
It seems to me like it's a reasonable request, given the fact that they do have the high school next door. They want to be located as close to the high school as possible. They have large families, oftentimes older children take care of younger siblings. It makes sense to try and have everybody in one location. And then if you look at their gross square footage per student, it's 68 versus 132 average for surrounding, I assume, schools. Although it's, some of those names are kind of like, are they schools? But, you know. So I really don't have anything to add for this. I'm fine with it.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. The only I'm satisfied with the findings all through, except with the one that's, I'm not settled on it yet, the minimum variance one. And the reason for that, if you look at the student population as per the submission, and I would say the submission is very helpful and very straightforward. You can see that currently they have like 1,000 students, and the projection for 3032 is about 1,238. Let's make it easy and say 1,250 to make it easier. So 1,250 as it compares to 1,000 is like 25% increase. If you look at the building that they built and they wanna knock down and build over that site, it's about, if you look at the footprint for that building, it's about 50% of the footprint of the current site. That means that if they build to the 4th floor, similar to the currently existing, that's about 50% of the gross floor area added to the existing one. So in my mind, if I compare the increase in the building size, it's 50%. If you look at the growth in the student population, it's 25%. Even if you have some sort shortage for the existing condition, 50% versus 25%, I believe they could match. And then you get peace of mind. There is no need to add extra floors. This is the way I'm thinking about this. And then when I looked at the plans, I saw some like repetition in some spaces that being used as for example, they have a lunchroom on the cellar floor, about 3,100 square feet. Then there is another one on the first floor, about 5,000. They have multiple large kitchens, so I'm not sure if these spaces, in addition to some other spaces, could be optimized to get to like a lesser variance situation from there. Again, I'm not sure if this is doable, but I'm trying to think loudly, and I need them to like provide a justification on the repeated spaces, like I said, and clarify why a lesser variance cannot be reached. Thank you.
Get back. So with regards to two lunchrooms, yes, the applicant in its statement very clearly identified that they do have two lunchrooms. And the lunchroom is used for grades 1 through 8. And there are two shifts for these lunchrooms. So there are two shifts for each of these lunchrooms. And this is to accommodate grades 1 through 8. And that is why there is one in the cellar and another one on the first floor. And
But isn't that sort of part of the gym?
it's also all of these spaces, like the cellar space, is also going to be used for auditorium, other activities, and the lunchroom space that's on the first floor will be used for gym and other programs. So it is serving multi-purpose. And so it is written in the text form. Typically, we do see it in tabulated form, but it seems there are serving dual purposes. And because of the volume of the students from grades 1 through 8, there are 4 basically lunch program shifts. 2 are happening in the cellar and 2 are on the first floor. And the rest of the time, these spaces are being used for various program activity spaces. So I thought, in terms of what we see and what is being proposed, didn't seem that inconsistent. And there are a lot of classrooms that they're proposing. The class sizes are very much aligned with what the requirements of the school standards are. And then some of the program spaces that are being asked for are actually not very out of the way than that we see. So I did not have any question with regards to the number of classrooms and extra curricular classroom spaces that are being asked in this case, unless I did not see the analysis properly.
No, me, I didn't talk about the classroom sites. But for the auditorium, I believe there is an independent space for the auditorium on the cellar floor, I believe.
So also,
And if there are some spaces that are like multi-used, I didn't pay attention to that because I looked at the plans, and I didn't see that they are like used for like more than one purpose.
Yeah.
So maybe.
one is the auditorium, which is being used beyond the lunch hours for prayers and also for extracurricular activities, arts fairs, science fairs, and various theater production. And the first floor is apart from the gym, it's also used for prayer spaces for grades 1 through 8 and also for gym classes.
Right, there's a removable partition
Yeah.
between the lunchroom and the gym.
Okay.
Pulling this up because there's a tabulated room schedule.
You were doing that. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
It was provided separate from the statement of facts. It is in the tabular form. Like
Okay, yes,
usually I have.
thank you, yeah. Yes, yeah, so I think this is really, yeah, I did not have an issue with the program, so because of the way so many of these spaces are being multi-purposed.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I did have some questions about minimal variance. So, but let me go through my notes. Okay. Non-compliant height. So it would be helpful if the non-compliant height in the setback area, similar to the rear yard, was shown on the plans because it's a sky exposure plane, so you're going back at
No.
2.7 to 1, and it's not indicated here. So it's unclear how much would actually have to be removed if you were to comply with the sky exposure setback. There's a diagram that helps, but on the plans would be a bit more helpful as we were looking at it. Because you can see the initial setback that might be required on the 5th floor doesn't seem that big. And so my question then becomes, can we find a lesser variance that complies with the sky exposure plane? Because this is such a narrow street and proposal is of course a little bit taller than its surroundings. Then the other question I had, I think just to confirm, I think Chair also was asking if there's any outdoors play areas on the top of the basement level, which would be the setback in the rear yard. They are proposing to use the entire roof. It looks like the fence is inside the fire department clear walkway, so that you'll need to coordinate with FDNY. I don't think they permit any obstructions within their walkway. And then, okay, so then also, typically we ask for an as of right set of drawings to show what the as of right building would look like.
Oh, that was not provided?
I didn't see it.
I think it's because they're over as of now.
No, the existing building is as of right. I think the expansion,
Mm,
well, maybe
Ye-
the rear yard is non-compliant because it's only 16'11".
Yeah, an as of right has not been provided. You're right.
So, yeah, a simple set of as of right drawings would help because I'm basically trying to figure out, there's a lot of waivers being asked for. Is there a minimal or a lesser variance where we reduce or eliminate one of those waivers? And then I had a couple of program questions. So there are several cases where the classrooms per grade or age group are split across multiple floors, and I wanted to ask why that's happening. So in the basement, for pre-nursery ages 2 to 3, there's 8 classrooms and a play area, but then on the second floor, there's a single classroom for pre-nursery. So it's 2 floors apart, and it's just 1 classroom for ages 2 to 3. I would imagine that you'd want them all together on the same floor, but if you could clarify the reason for that. Ages 5, 6, which is the pre-1A group, they're also split on 2 floors, the second and third floor with 2 classrooms on the second floor, 5 classrooms on the third floor. And then it keeps going. The second grade group, they have 1 classroom on the third floor, 3 classrooms on the 4th floor. 5th grade is similar. So is this intentional, or is there a way to optimize and make more efficient those classrooms so that they're actually clustered together and the teachers are sharing the same resources? And then I had more of just a curiosity question because Title I is referenced quite a bit in the statement of facts, and I don't personally know what the program requirements are and how that impacts the spatial requirements. Some of the justification of needing these waivers is that it would cut into Title I rooms. So what are those requirements, generally speaking? I think that's all I had. Oh, one more thing. Provide an existing site plan showing both lots. I think the existing set just shows the existing lot, and it doesn't show the extent of and what's currently on the adjacent lot that's going to be merged. Now I'm done. Thank you.
So I was looking at the plan, and what I noticed, like up till 4th floor till 3rd floor, the building kind of has this a setback along the front lot line, which I think that's how the existing building is. And then, however, from 4th floor onwards, that little cutout is being eliminated and it is going to be continuous. So I think it would be helpful to get a rendering of the building, and this would be one place where I think
I'm
Yeah.
showing the bulk diagram here. So you
Right,
could see it,
right.
at least in this line drawing or format.
Yeah, and I think this would be one place where another, a little bit more articulation would go a long way from making this building appear less bulkier. And maybe if these are classrooms without any special, since these are all classrooms, if there's a way to kind of I don't know if the building, the roof line can be slanted or not, that adds to the construction. That's just a thought, but some more articulation would need to be looked at. Okay.
I'm reading in my notes that the current lot coverage is 71%,
Mm-hmm.
while 65% is permitted as of right.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if they can do an as of right because they're already over as of right.
We still have applicants who provide as of right plans, even though they're currently over, like they're currently over. Yeah,
Or there could be an expansion that's as of right and doesn't touch the existing building
Doesn't
because,
touch the lot coverage,
Yeah,
everything else.
yeah, because you
Yeah.
could add 2 floors.
Sure.
There's no actual overall build, it's a sky exposure plane, R6. So if you set back 2 floors, they could be compliant with the sky exposure plane and still achieve, whatever target floor area they're looking for. They're getting a floor or they're seeking a floor area waiver, but I'm just interested to see, are there ways to shape the bulk so that we can reduce or else?
Yeah, like right now they are at FAR, they have 3.2 when they're permitted 4.8. So they definitely have room to show you an as of right there.
Yeah.
Well, no, they are seeking FAR waiver. I think
They're seeking it up to 5 point.
they're seeking up, to-
23.
yeah, they're permitted up to
Yeah, the
4.8.
difference is not that big. It's 4.8 versus 5.25 almost. So it's like 0.4 out of 4.8. Not much floor area waiver.
So I think one of the argument that the applicant stated, and I know past, the board had considered this as a very reasonable reason, as that is when you have a sky exposure plane and the building is trying to locate its floor area within the sky exposure plane, the building footprint keeps reducing one step at a time. And it results in having, A, it adds to the construction, B, the building does get taller, which is permitted, but what it's doing is it's resulting in floor plates that are much smaller. So the stairwells and the elevator core have to be located in a different location for it to vertically rise all the way to the topmost level. So which can also affect some of the other existing allocated spaces below, which could be larger open space for play areas or which could be for other program spaces. That becomes a problem. And more importantly, as the building gets taller, students are more relying on the elevators rather than the stairs to go up and down, which then requires more elevators, I'm sorry, to reduce the backup, and that results in loss of space from classroom activities. So for those reasons, I think many of the schools try to contain the height to a level where children can walk up and down. It's a good exercise also, but it also is more containable and manageable. But I think I do agree that there can be a little bit more shaping of the building that can be done, material and other ways, to reduce the appearance of the bulk. So, yeah.
I think they should provide that narrative to us, that all the bulkheads are in the center of the building. They can set back. I understand all of that, but I think that it's the same kind of rigor we would ask of anyone who is asking for a number of waivers for bulk, that they should explain why they can't do a lesser variance here.
No, yeah, they should definitely explain it. I just kind of, in my head, I just took it as that existing vertical circulations are being maintained on the existing building. And therefore, the placement was kind of fixed for that reason, but the applicant should clarify that. I just kind of took, without reading it, I just assumed that that's the reason, but the applicant should clarify it. Is there a possibility for setting the bulkhead in a way that would minimize the the verticality and
The bulkheads are set back. I mean, they're far from the.
Yeah, yeah.
So that was not a concern. And I think that if you had a setback on the 5th and or 6th floor, you have 21 feet before you hit, I think, the first stair. So I don't think it would impact the circulation. I understand that setbacks can add some construction costs, but I don't. There are other cases where this is something we would insist on, and here.
I think here.
Right, but on a whole, you gotta kind of look at the project on a whole. On a whole, we're talking about a low gross square footage per student in an area that's pretty densely populated. And also, in addition to pretty densely populated, also has a large number of these schools all showing similar bulk. So it's like you have to kind of read, yes, you read every single finding and all of the information, but you also have to look at it on a whole. And I think that that's what the chair is looking at. She's looking at this as a whole, and she's looking at it as this is a school that's very similar to the other religious schools that are all in this part of Brooklyn. They all look pretty much the same. They all are about 75 feet to the roof, another 10 to 12 feet for the bulkheads. They all are street wall straight up to the top floor, just about. So it's kind of similar to everything else. And when you see what they're asking for, 68 gross square feet per student, it's also in the range of what we've granted before, 68, 55, 75 gross square feet per student. So it really isn't that outlandish an ask.
I agree. I don't think the floor area is outlandish. I think that the zoning has a street wall height that is, prescribed, and it's because it's a narrow street. And so contextually, it is taller than anything else on the inner part of the street. And so when you add another floor and you don't set it back, it becomes that much more imposing. I'm not saying I don't agree with that we might ultimately end up where we're at, but I do think that it, at least to show or explain it in a narrative to defend it, because I think I would ask the same of somebody else on a narrow street who's trying to build taller than they're allowed to as a street wall.
I think that's a fair ask, and that should be provided and justified.
That's a review.
That's it.
All right, we are at 12 o'clock. Do we want to take a lunch break and then come back
Yeah, 'cause-
after half an hour? So let's make it 12:10. So that means we will be back at, what time, 12:40?
Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the review session for May 20th. We'll resume at, 12:40
Mhm.
for the public hearing. We're going to take a lunch. Thank you. I can't Listen, this was so.
Okay, welcome back, everyone.
Mic is on. Mic's on.
Hey, good afternoon. Members of the board, please ensure that your microphones are on. Ms. Matias, we are live, we are streaming. You may proceed with today's public hearing.
Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for May 20th, 2025. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearings. Just know for the record that is Commissioner Sheta joining us remotely? Yeah, because
Yeah.
I can't see on my screen here.
Commissioner Sheta?
My camera's not on.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. Could you please put your camera on, Commissioner?
Just that.
Yeah. When you're ready, I'll put the qualities.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, item number 21, 2022, 88BZ, 318 Seguin Avenue, Staten Island.
I
Is that how you
believe-
pronounce it, Staten Island, Commissioner?
Seguin. I believe.
Seguin, okay.
Okay, I believe it's Jacqueline Velez. I see her in the room. I've sent the panelist request. Please accept and let us know if there's anybody else from your team.
Yeah, my screen is wacky. Now look at my screen. I can't see anybody. Good afternoon, Ms. Velez. Is there anyone else joining you?
Yes, good afternoon. So the architect of record is also on the call and just want to be able to give him the opportunity to speak up if there's any technical questions related to the drawings.
Could you provide his name, please?
What's that?
Sure, Victor Famulari?
Who?
Victor Famulari?
I don't see him. Is his last numbers 345 and a phone call? 718 showing up in the list.
His number is
Yeah,
Oh,
zero-
is
or
Max Mel?
Max-
Oh,
that's correct. That would be
Okay.
for his office. Yes, that's correct. Mhm.
Max. Melez. Okay, all right. I think you can,
could you unmute, please? Thank you. Okay, I have to swear you in before you testify. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, state your name for the record and please respond to the board's comments at review session.
Sure, my name is Jacqueline Velez.
My name is Victor Famulari.
Okay,
oh, so it's not Max.
That
what's your-
might be the email.
Okay.
I'm the
And what-
architect of record.
And what's your last name?
Famulari, F as in Frank, A Apple, M Mary, U Uncle, L Larry, A Apple, R Robert, I Igloo.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Velez.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for your comments. I'm going to try to respond to them in the same order that they were mentioned. So the first comment was in reference to the setbacks not being shown on the drawings. Drawing A003 and A300 show the 8-foot setback as well as the 4-foot strip for landscaping.
So then the statement as stated is incorrect. If you are providing 2 4-foot wide side yards, right?
Side yards, my goodness, let me just look at my drawings here, sorry. And Victor, feel free to jump
Yeah,
in.
with the 4-foot landscaping is the buffer. The setbacks are the setbacks of the building. They show 8-foot and 8-foot building setback. And the right side of the building, looking at the plans, has more than an 8-foot setback. The left side, where the core of the first floor is is exactly 8-foot setback.
Okay, understood. Okay, so that was not,
Okay. The second comment about the stop sign and the stop bar to be provided at the exiting site, we don't have a problem in providing that at all. Absolutely, we can do that. As well as you had mentioned that you prefer to see this site gated for purposes of security reasons. And I spoke to the architect earlier, and he does not have an issue providing that as well. The material of the fence and the height has been indicated on the drawings. There's a legend on drawing A. Sorry, I lost it here.
312,
Mhm.
8312.
And at the bottom of that drawing, you'll see the legend that has the type of fence and the height of the fence. It's all the way at the bottom of the landscaping legend.
I see a detail at the bottom of the sheet, but,
A312.
but that,
It's a symbol.
Yeah, you see it on the bottom. It says landscape and legend. I know. I think it's kind of cut off a little. Okay, there you go. There you go.
That thing that's bubbled.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's a little left of the north arrow.
Yep. There.
It's a symbol that wraps around the entire property.
Okay, so a 6-foot high chain link fence wraps
Okay.
around the entire property.
okay,
Correct. And now we're gonna add a gate.
okay.
In terms of the landscaping, we do recognize that it would be more favorable to increase some of the landscaping. So the landscaping will be increased, provided it's feasible. Some areas may be just like not feasible to provide, like for example, right in front of parking space 2, 3, 4, and 5. But by parking space number 1, we can certainly increase that landscaping area. And we will go ahead and double check the percentage of the landscaping to try to increase it as much as possible so that it can be in harmony with the rest of the area in the neighborhood as stated by one of the commissioners.
Yeah. If I could jump in, the area next to spot number 1, that curb area can be landscaped. And also the fence dumpster area and the adjacent area to the fence dumpster area, that can also be additionally landscaped.
Okay.
And we'll endeavor to do the best for 2, 3, 4, and 5 to get that 6-foot green buffer zone. I think it's obtainable. I can't guarantee it, but we're gonna try hard to get 2, 3, 4, and 5 also involved with the 6-foot buffer.
And then just taller trees along the front line of the property. We will extend those trees just to make sure they're taller. I know that the side trees, we noted that it was 4 feet and then to grow to 6 feet, but we will make sure that those trees along Seguin are taller.
It's similar to what is shown graphically. It's sort of shown graphically on drawing A312.
And while we are on A312, can you indicate the width of the planting area? Because I see in the drawing, it says 16-foot wide densely planted evergreen, but it's not indicated in the plan. So if you could just show the width of it, unless, oh, I see a very fine line there. See a very fine line.
Yeah, there's a dimension that's.
Yeah, it's
quite
a very, I
buried
just
in
noticed
the
it.
hatch,
It's it's a very fine line. Okay.
Well, what will happen is we can max out the green area right to the curb will be right to the end of the, or the beginning of a parking lot, a parking stripe. You know, parking spot 10 and 12. We can do the very best to bring it right to there, to that parking. Number 12 could be increased a little bit, perhaps. If you want to, we can increase them up to number 12 a little bit further.
Okay, so I do see the dimension of 16 foot provided along the front. If you could just punch up those numbers because they're getting lost in the and you're saying you can provide a little bit more landscaping.
Yeah, I see areas that we can improve upon. You know, like I said, in parking lot number 1, the dumpster area between 5 and around the other side, we can add a little more there. Maybe
Along-
where the bicycle, you know, space enclosure is, maybe we could, you know, put a little buffer there also. And then, like you said, in the meeting earlier today, we'll carry large trees along the whole front of the property.
Okay, great.
So there was a mention about the 16 cars that we noted during one of our inspections. And I guess, you know, with the 2 buildings, the 2 existing buildings there, and really no sort of parking configuration or delineation of the spaces, they had the freedom just to park really anywhere as much as possible. However, due to the new design and the requirements, we are limited to 12 parking spaces, and that's you know, all we can do is say this is a maximum number of parking spaces that you can provide. And I did notice one of our photos that had some on-street parking, limited, but there were cars parked, and I do have that photo. And you know, if you want me to share it, I'll be happy to share it. This is one of the photos that we took during our site visit.
I think you have the sharing ability, so if you want to share, yeah.
Sure. Are you able to see my screen?
Just give, it's, yes, now we are.
Okay, so here, if you could see my cursor, is the site, and then you see these cars parked on the street. So that's what we noticed during one of our inspections. So there is some parking, but true, it's limited parking, but someone can legally park in those spots if they needed additional parking.
Okay, go ahead.
Stop sharing. Okay.
Yes.
In terms of community board, where someone mentioned, we've only attended one community board meeting, and that was last year. And they voted not in favor of the project because when we presented to them, we had a project that was 8,300 square feet. So they have not seen the project downsized to 4,800 square feet. So it's only been once that we presented to community board.
So I think it's in the, it's in your good, I would say it's a good thing when you are reducing the scope of the project, changing the project scope, to share the latest set of plans with the community board. It's more as an FYI kind of thing for them to know, and it is up to the community board to decide whether they want to vote on it or not. But this way you're sharing the proposed changes and it is for them to be aware of.
Okay, noted. So we could certainly share that with them.
Yes, Madam Chair, I just wanted to alert the applicant. Actually, it's a requirement that any submission that's made to the board has to be CC'd copied to all the entities.
Okay. Thank you.
And the other comment that I picked up from the review session is in reference to the section 73-71. Wasn't sure what the question was there. But it references, ZR 7371, which talks about the modifications of bulk regulations, and that was included there because we're only allowed 1,500 square feet, and we're increasing that. So that's why that section was included in the statement.
But you're seeking a special permit under 73-134 to construct medical facility that exceeds the permitted, and that's what the special permit is about. So I'm not sure why the other special permit is being cited. That's really why Commissioner Yoon picked that up.
Yeah, is that clear? Because I think the rest of the documents reference that you're applying for a 73-134 special permit. The findings doesn't talk about the 73-134 findings. It talks about the findings of 73-71. So, which is a separate special permit.
Okay, maybe I included the wrong section. 7334.
134?
Oh, 134, sorry, 134, okay.
That's waiver that DOB has cited objection pursuant to and asked you to seek special permit under 73-134.
And it's in your statement of facts.
Okay. So what you're saying is that I should be omitting? Because I correct me if I'm wrong, I may be misunderstanding. This section 73-71 talks about the modifications, right, of floor area. So that's what I
Sorry to interrupt, but the issue is 7371 it's a different permit. So it doesn't.
So
pertain
so
here.
DOB objection was for section 73-134, not for section. So
okay. Got it.
So we cannot weigh in on that because DOB didn't cite it. B, the applicable section, in your case, we believe is 73-134 and
Got
not
it.
the other.
Okay, which is strictly for the ambulatory. Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you for that. Those are the only comments that I picked up, unless I've missed something.
So there was a question of lumen spread. If there are any outdoor lightings that are being proposed, do provide a lumen study in basically making sure that the lumen spread from the subject side will not extend into the residential portion. And if there is, then you would have to provide necessary shields and other features to keep the lumen spread with the site. So our rule is that at the property line, especially along the side lot lines and the rear lot lines, it cannot exceed more than 2-foot candle.
Okay. Okay. We proposed low level mushroom lighting in the landscaping, but that's only in the front area. In the actual parking area, we have like approximately a 2-foot retaining wall, and we have like recessed lighting in that retaining wall. So it would be below grade. below the level of the adjacent properties. And currently, we do not have an engineer on the job to provide that lumen sheet, but we will retain the engineer. and
If you
get
don't
that
have,
sheet.
you don't have to. If you don't have lighting above grade, just put a note on the site plan that there is no lighting units provided above grade. And that will be enough. You don't have to
That
have an engineer.
basically because of that retaining wall, it varies, it varies as the site, but it's going to be about 2 feet or under. We were going to put into the retaining wall recessed lighting between the parking bays, and that would shoot out, and it would
Yes,
be
understood.
below grade. So I think it's kind of nice, actually.
If you don't have like any lighting, I would say up to 5 feet above the adjacent property grades. Just mention that.
I'll
And there's
mention
no
that
need
then.
to hire an engineer. I
Perfect.
don't want to cost your client money.
No. It eventually, assuming the job goes ahead, there will be an engineer aboard to do mechanical, electrical, plumbing, civil, and structural. There will be engineers aboard. But the client didn't want to spend the money at this moment until he obtained the approval. But yes, I'll take your words. There is no lighting above grade. It's below grade. Okay.
Mention that in the statement facts and mention it on the plans. And that would be
Statement.
sufficient.
Facts. And on the
Commissioner,
plans.
do you agree with that? If there is nothing like above 5 feet, that would be okay not to provide any.
There is nothing but, there is no lanterns, there's nothing above 5 feet. Everything,
At the lighting plan and trying to see what you've got, and it does seem consistent with what you're showing on this plan. I didn't notice the light fixtures. These symbols are a little small, or at least, whatever, but now I see them. So you've got these recessed wall-mounted fixtures that will be below 5 feet and within the retaining wall, and then it's only under the building in the open ceiling that you'll have ceiling mounted fixtures that point downward, but they're far away enough from the residential lot lines that I don't have any concerns. And then the mushroom lights, as you said, are only in the front, it seems. So yeah, I don't see any cause for having a lumen study done.
perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for the team?
I have one that I hope doesn't get me into trouble. The client is very anxious. Can I give him a tentative saying that we can move forward with the production drawings?
You have made, if you didn't hear our comments, the team has made a remarkable improvement from what we had seen initially. So these changes that we're asking for is more of an improvement to what you have already proposed. And my suggestion, if everybody is okay with it, that we can close this, but revise all the documents as we stated and submit it, and then we will vote on it once we have the revised documents. But the answer to your question is just wait another month, because we will vote on it by then, because you need to submit the revised set of plans with all of this information. But the concept is go
Thank
from
you.
our, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah. No?
Yeah, I would also like to hear from the community board.
The community board has voted on it before, right?
Yeah, but it was a complete different project.
Okay. Yeah, and this will give the community board also an opportunity to weigh in. Yeah, definitely, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, and I think I would correct my statement of saying we do want to hear from the community board. If community board has any additional comments and recommendations, we may ask you to incorporate those into those plans that can improve it. But based on what you have provided, we feel you have met the findings.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's great. That's great news.
Go to the public first. We have to go to the public. Let's open this to public.
The case that we're currently discussing is 2022-88 BZ, 318 Seguin Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to Why it shows up on my screen like that? If you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. Excuse me. And you, at the prompt, you enter the webinar ID number 160-156-5702 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Okay, how much time will you need to make these corrections? And I would strongly suggest you, as Mr. Costanza pointed out, you should submit the entire package that was sent to us to the community board immediately. And
I don't, this could be done in a day or so, actually. Jackie, how about your end?
Yeah, I mean, my part is minimum, I think, so. But I think that you don't want to ask for one day.
finding.
I
You need
mean,
to.
We'll
Statement of
submit it Monday. We can submit Monday. How's that?
Hold on, please. Let's not rush into it and make a mistake, okay? You need to revise the statement of findings. You need to make sure all the documents are in sync in terms of the analysis that has been provided in the proposed and with the revised drawings, with the revised, with the increase in the landscaping. All of those need to be replicated and reflected in the drawings and the documents. So do it correctly, because if you make a mistake, you'll have to come back to the board for corrections. Again, another amendment. So before you rush into it, do it. And besides, we cannot schedule this for June 4th hearing. Okay?
So it would be for July hearing?
We can do this, well, first of all, my recommendation would be to close this and we will take a decision vote. And it can be in June 16th.
That submission date is May 29th.
Yeah, so submission date for that is May 29th. You have enough time to put everything together and submit the information. Okay. Motion to close?
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
All right.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetty,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You.
Thank you.
Item number 22, 2024 57 BZ, 13618 39th Avenue.
This would be,
Alice Fullader.
We have to submit May 29th.
is there anyone else from your team, Ms. Fullader?
Okay.
Is it Erica?
For a second. So I should have also Erica Swanson,
I see her.
a Jerry Pye,
Jerry Pine.
Raymond Chan, and Angela.
Say that again.
Raymond Chan and Angela.
Angela, I see.
Messiah.
Yeah.
I don't
See,
see.
we don't see Raymond.
I don't see Raymond.
She's from the architect's office, so that could be enough if she's, I don't know if they're on together or separately.
Stay with her, maybe.
Okay. So we should have you, Swanson, Jerry Pie, and Anzilla.
Yeah. Unless
Okay.
someone on here wants to unmute and tell me that someone else is coming. But if no one says anything, then sounds good to me.
No, I don't see anybody's hand.
No.
raised.
Anzella, person named Anzella, could you please unmute or provide a picture? Video, audio? Second, swear you in, please, so we can move this along.
Ms. Anzella Messian. I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name properly. Apologies. Ms. Messian, please turn the camera on. Okay.
If she struggles, I can probably handle her comment. I just wanted her in case you wanted to look at the plans.
Okay. Okay, so we can move on without her.
Let's move on
Let's
If
without
she's
her.
struggling, we can move on.
He pops in, I'll swear in.
Okay.
Hands. Raise your right hands. Thank you, Mr. Pye. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. On behalf of the applicant, thank you so much. I'm here with Jerry, who's from the ownership team, and Erica, who is our traffic consultant, and then Angela, if she gets on, is from the architect team. So you didn't have too many comments, but we just thought we needed to clarify a few items. First is we put, I believe in the statement of facts and on the operational plan that our hours are going to be Monday to Friday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I have Jerry here to confirm that we will have a full-time attendant. The number is just for in case he's helping someone or he goes to the bathroom or there's an emergency, there's a number there to make sure that there's always someone there. Jerry can confirm that because he is the.
That is confirmed, but we've been doing that the whole time. Yep.
And that what will happen is someone will pull in, the doors will always be open, someone will pull in and the attendant will take the car. I was going to have Angela potentially show you if you needed, but the reservoir spaces is a requirement that we confirmed with the architect that they need to have those reservoir spaces in order to have attended parking and to be able to kind of, there used to be that fun game with the trucks that you move the cars around. They need those reservoir spaces to be able to move the different cars around in an attendant situation. But the situation is going to be that someone will pull in and the attendant will take their car and they will take it to one of the floors to park. Does that clarify for Commissioner Yoon?
Yes. If you could just make a note that the attendant will be full-time during the operational hours.
We will update the operational plan so it says exactly that.
Okay.
And then I have Erica here to clarify for you the traffic analysis that you pointed out on that chart. So Erica, if you wanted to just.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. It isn't 18, it is 20, and I highlighted the wrong number. So it doesn't change the outcomes of anything, but I will update the memo so that way the 20 is highlighted at that later hour and also called out in the text instead of 18.
Thank you. I thought maybe there was something more complicated that I didn't
No, it
under-
wasn't complicated. It was just a mistake.
Thank you.
So we will, all those little things, we'll get them in order. So this application makes full sense and we appreciate your comments. And I think that covers the main comments on this application.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
Public?
Let's go to the public.
Joe? Okay. The case that we're currently discussing is 2024-57BZ, 13618 39th Avenue, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 160-156-5702 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute, as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
Right. How much time will you need to make these corrections?
A day that isn't a hearing day. So I guess by the end of the week, but whatever works for your schedule works for us.
I'm going to recommend that we close if everybody's okay with it. And we'll schedule this for decision in June 16 or 17.
Sounds great. Thank you so much.
Damn. Sometimes that thing is too loud.
No cursing.
Sorry, I apologize.
Motion to close.
Chair Shonda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Shetta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, motion
Thank
is,
you.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Lisa's staying on. Item number, new cases, item number 23, 2025-03BC, 3540 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay.
Is there anyone with you, Elise?
So Eric Main from the the engineering office. Do you see him? If not,
Yeah.
we'll call him. Okay, and then I told the operator of the site that he could call in because he's on the road. His name is Tommy, but he's calling in. Because I wanted him to address some of the operational comments. So I told him to call in now, but I guess if you see a number.
I don't see enough.
Okay, I can, hold on 1 second. Let's try to.
And person?
You have Eric Main in.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, is it 0712? Is that him? If the person at the last 4 digits is 0712,
Yes, that is him. That is him.
please raise your hand. And unmute. *6 to unmute.
Better to have him on the phone than to not have him at all. Okay. Thank you, Tommy.
No problem.
Okay, so we're gonna raise our hand. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to the board?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I have Eric here from the engineering office to address some of the plan comments we'll go through. And then I have Tommy, and he operates the site. So maybe we'll start with Tommy's just to make things easiest. But there was questions about the change in the trash. And that has a lot to do with changing requirements and him keeping the site beautiful regarding concerns with vermin, but I'm going to turn to him so he can explain to you why he keeps the trash like that and what he can do about it. So Tommy, the vermin trash issue to you.
Hi, okay. Once New York passed a rule about locking mechanisms on dumpsters, we switched over from 2-yard dumpsters that had plastic lids that did not lock. And we went to these large.
Tommy, I'm sorry, I'm familiar with your name.
I apologize. We are having, I think the connection is not very good, so we are having difficulty hearing you. And if we are having difficulty hearing you, the transcript will not at all be transcribed.
Yes. I can explain it if it's easier and he can agree or not agree. I don't know how to solve the issue, but I just wanted you to hear it from him in case you had some deeper questions. But the rule changed and they needed to do the lock type of trash enclosures rather than the full open ones. And these smaller ones have locks on them and they disinfect them every day. And it's easier for the trash company to come and pick them up like this, right, Tommy? Than to
Yes,
put them,
that's
they would
correct.
have to take each of these small ones out the trash company. So it's in the trash company's best interest to have this, but they needed to have locks to make sure that the rats weren't infesting. And the people behind them are not doing a very good job with that. So they're having a rat issue from the people behind them. So to keep the site as clean as possible, he is disinfecting and laying them out like this with locks on each of the little trash, rather than one big one that's open.
Okay, so why does it then have to be outside the enclosure? Why can't that same system be operated within the enclosure?
And then you pull it out.
It's just more work for the trash company, but you're not against it, right, Tommy?
I am not against it. It's more work for them, but it's also the unoccupied space where the rat's nest is right behind that dumpster fence. Like our neighbor, which is a grocery store, which doesn't maintain the back of their store. So we moved it further away from where the rats are nesting. And we've encouraged them to try and get exterminators, but it's not our property. So we moved it further away, and based on my pictures, we keep it very clean, disinfected, and the corral area is also scrubbed and bleached daily to try and make sure there's no smell to it at all, to avoid having vermin on our property.
Okay.
And we have a couple of extra dumpsters to make sure there's never overflow, where the lid could even stay open, because there's a locking mechanism on every pail to make sure that it slams tight and locks, so nothing could get into it.
I understand the issue that you're dealing with. However, do your best to keep it within the enclosure. It may not have to, I mean, your enclosure space seems to be much bigger than what your trash you're storing in that area. So maybe it can be in a portion of the trash enclosure area that's much easily accessible, and it's not directly against the property line where you're having most of the issue with the rat infestation. And believe me, I think whether it's in the enclosure or not, the rats will find their way. But since you have it locked, chances of that happening is less. So do your best to, I mean, not do your best, you have to put it within the enclosed area and keep it as far away from your neighbor's property. I understand that. But that is the requirement, and that's what you need to do. And I do appreciate you maintaining your site very clean and clear of all the four-legged creatures.
Understood.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Fullader?
Yeah, I just wanted you to see how hard Tommy works, so apologies for the phone call.
I think we were in our statement, we did say that this site is in very good condition.
Yeah,
And
totally.
the example I've used, now I'm going to use in some of this measures that's been taken in doing some of the pedestrian pedestrian vehicular flow separation. The measures that's been taken has been really, I think it looks effective and simple. So this is a good example.
Thank you, Tommy. So next, I guess I will say the hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. for the delivery window and the drive-through, but the front doors close at 10 p.m.
Correct.
Yeah. So the store eating in is closed at 10.
So the restaurant closes at 10 p.m. The drive-through is open till 12 p.m.
12 a.m.
12 a.m. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. Sorry, I said 12 p.m. I meant a.m.
6 a.m. to 12 a.m. For delivery and drive-through, and front door. The restaurant basically closes at 10 p.m.
Correct.
So you, what happens after 12 a.m.? Is the drive gated, or how do you make sure nobody enters the facility?
I guess, Tommy, I would have to ask you. I didn't ask you that question. Is it just closed? Do you gate it, or?
No, there are no gates. It's just all the lights go off, and it's just closed, you know,
Okay.
so there's no lights on, there's no outdoor lights on that would show we are open for business, and our lobby lights are also closed.
Okay. Okay. That's fine.
Next, you asked about a stop bar and a stop sign on the exit. That's no problem. And then I'm going to turn a little bit to Eric now to talk about the AVC analysis that he can fix up on the plans, the materials on the fencing, lumen, and some notes about widths. Sorry, I'm giving you it all at once, but
Yeah, that's fine. Those are all, plan clarifications. Certainly, we can dimension everything on the plan more clearly and call out the fence materials and heights and lengths. So that's a lot more clear as well. With regard to the AVC, I've been before this board a couple times in the past couple weeks. We will definitely make sure the diagram is to scale to match the plan view. So that it can be properly interpreted, and we'll add the note that the AVC will be on at all times. What else?
I have width of curbs.
Yeah, the width of curbs, we'll call out all the dimensioning on the plans.
Fencing, we can do additional photos, and then we can also call that out better on the plans.
Yes, and then do we want to talk about the queue now as well while we're talking about
Oh,
the
yes,
plan?
that's the big thing.
So, I heard the comments from the board to dimension the SUV size vehicles in the queue. I don't know that we can accommodate 10 vehicles from the window without impacting parking. So if we could have a little dialogue with the board as to how we should handle that, whether, I know our required parking is only 10 vehicles. Every time I've been to the site, most of the parking stalls are taken. I would think the parking's a little more important. And one of the design elements of this site is that the drive aisle on the entry to the site is approximately 36 feet wide. So it's extra wide. It's not a standard 24-foot aisle. It's purposely extra wide for the maneuverabilities, for the drive-through, and the parking vehicles at the same time to continue to function. So perhaps some restriping, but SUV sized vehicles from the window will impact the parking area if we get to 10 cars. And the other clarification I want to make before the board comments is we did include the 2 cars in front of the window as well, and we can take those off. The reasoning for that, though, is because McDonald's does have a large order. When they get a large order, they'll ask the vehicle to pull forward so that they continue processing vehicles in the drive-through while that order is taken care of. So it is part and parcel to how the drive-through functions.
Also, we need 10 vehicles. That's what the law says.
Yeah.
That's interesting. It's a different kind of a business model. They stay in the queue, but the drive-through operation, so anybody who has just a coffee to be taken, an example, they can move out of the line, and then they the vehicle that's in line 1 or line 2, box 1 or 2, and go ahead, and meanwhile the other truck moves, vehicles move. So you don't have like a parking area where those who order a larger amount wait.
No, these older sites where they're kind of situated up on the road, it becomes problematic to get them out and around back to parking. So that's those reserve spaces, ahead of the window is kind of where that activity occurs.
I think in that case, I will let you count.
And we can denote that by note on the plan of what the intention is, if that's helpful.
Yeah. That would be. So no one says.
Oh, I think it's Tommy.
Okay.
Yeah, do we want Tommy to mute?
Yeah.
Since we kind of heard his part.
Yeah, Tommy, I guess we don't really need you anymore if you want to mute or leave, but we appreciated your
Thank you.
time. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't know your last name. I'm just calling you.
I
Wasn't
guess,
correct.
should I move on?
Well, at least if you don't mind, while we're still talking about the
Oh,
site,
yeah,
plan, one thing we didn't talk about also was the lighting.
Yes.
And we will provide the lumen study. We will confirm, so the lighting fixture locations are the same as prior approvals, but they are new fixture heads. So we will run the lighting program, and if we need to provide shielding, we will. And in that case, that analysis will be shown and provided back to the board to indicate that we're not overspilling beyond 2-foot candles.
Okay.
So I don't know if we want to deal with signage next, but
Can I ask a question
sorry,
about
go
the queue really quick? When I've seen this, pull ahead and wait for your order, I've seen signs that say, pick up area 1, pick up area 2, so that you will know where to go as the customer. So could you add signs like that for spaces 1 and 2, so it's very clear? If there's nobody there, you'll just drive through it. But if I'm at the pickup window and they tell me to go to waiting area 1, then I would just drive forward. And that would make it a bit more official. And also, yeah, when we
Okay.
have others that don't have the same maneuverability, I think it's important that they have designated spaces. That's all.
Okay, we can provide that wayfinding signage to indicate where they should wait for their food. We can do that.
And then you were going to talk about now signage.
Yeah, okay, we're ready for signage. So at different points, we can show that all the various signs were approved, but it is more than 150, slightly more. So I guess what I'm saying is that all the different signs have been approved over time. So we've had this problem before on gas stations and things. So sometimes we've put a note that says will be approved by DOB or something like that, but it's however you think is best to handle that.
Well, I have a specific question about the McDonald's pylon sign being 14 feet wide. Is it 14 feet wide and 20
No,
feet?
that's definitely an error. I think it's only 6-ish feet wide. So we're going to be very close to the code required signage. We will provide clarity on what that actual measurement is and get that in the legend. And part of what's happened over time too is the operator did have additional reader boards under the McDonald's M on the pylon sign, which those have since been removed. So what's shown in the plan set regarding square footage of the pylon sign is not accurate, and we will provide clarity on that in the resubmission with the proper dimension.
So maybe it'll work out, and maybe what I just said is inaccurate.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it would be best to do a complete reanalysis of the signs, existing and proposed, and
Absolutely.
provide a revised chart.
We will do that 100%.
And then the next is, thank you for pointing out the 1990 resolution. We'll fix that. We'll put the BC calendar number. And then you did give a 10-year grant for a 5-year term. So you pointed that out, and that is what happened. So now it's really a 10-year grant, so it doesn't matter anymore.
Okay.
So that is that. And I believe those, I'm looking through the comments that I have. I believe those were the comments. Let me know if I missed something.
I know that the note on the lighting plan as well needs to be amended. I remember Madam Chair made a comment about that.
Yeah, the cross section, that would need to be revised. That
Yeah, he
has
said
been
he would
talked
draw it.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lumen node, there's a note that I had said that needs to be corrected, number 1.
Number 1, yes.
Yeah, 2-foot candles.
Yeah. And indicate the width of the raised curb along the parking space and the landscaping area.
Mhm.
And add the BZ calendar number to the plan set. You have it as blank. So that's why. ABC analysis, and add a note that ABC shall be active during
At all times, yeah.
Okay, I think those were my questions. Any other questions or comments that we may have missed, commissioners? Okay. Okay, let's go to the public.
The case that we're currently discussing right now is 2025-03 BZ 3540 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the web ID number 160-156-5702 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. How much time will these corrections take you?
Week or two, I guess. Eric, how does you?
Yeah, less than 2 weeks, even in accounting for the holiday. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I'm just looking at. I have a question. This is more for my understanding. What is a typical dimension that you use for reservoir spaces?
I have experience kind of all over the country. I work with pretty much every fast food user, from McDonald's to Starbucks to Chick-fil-A to Raising Cane's. They all have different guidelines. The most conservative guideline I've seen anywhere was to request a 23-foot block for the car, which is that's like a Ford 150 extended bed type vehicle. Usually 18 foot is standard. Sedans are usually about 15 feet. Like a Cadillac Escalade is usually 17 feet, 4 inches. So 18 feet, I find to be the most common guideline.
And for the new sites, I don't know if I should share this, not the ones that were previously approved, but the new ones that we're getting, we're sending to DOT, we're telling people to design for 22.
Okay, interesting.
Just letting share that.
And only for the applications that come before us for drive-through, you're using 18-foot as the analysis?
Yeah, generally we use an 18-foot block, per your kind of thought process, we kind of look at it as a parking stall. Certainly there's overhang crossover because you're not going to pull right up on someone's bumper. But again, that accounts for some sedans, some SUVs. It's kind of a happy medium. Yeah.
Because I'm looking at the zoning resolution section, and in one section, it says that dimension of reservoir space shall be no less than 18 foot long and 8 foot 6 inch wide. Now, reservoir space is not a defined term, but that's what is there in the zoning resolutions. I just wanted to know from the practitioners as to when you are laying out these lane, what is the number you're using? If you're using 18 foot by 8 foot 6 inches, and you think that is adequate for even sedans and everything, then that's good enough.
Yeah, Madam Chair, for maneuverability, we try to keep the drive-through aisle width to about 10 feet, because once you get to the radii, the bumpers hanging over the wheel wells are going to expand beyond that. For a straightaway, you could get down to 8 feet, but we try to hold, most of my clients hold it minimum a 10 foot, if not a 12 foot for maneuverability. And if they do 12, the bypass then will be 10. You don't need as much space. So, but it depends on the configurations. If you have a lot of twists and turns, you're going to want to account for all the turning movement.
At some point, either I or somebody from my team may reach out to you, since you do a lot of drive-throughs, just to get some basics about some of the threshold parameters that is used in New York City.
Sure, I would be happy to help with that. Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, nobody called in, and And are we okay to close this? Okay,
Motion to close, Chair
Mm.
Chanda,
close, motion to close. Yes, aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye. And we will schedule this for decision June 16th or 17th, depending upon how the day is filling.
And I-
Submission is May 29th, next week.
Yeah.
And I
And
think,
just, sorry, I just wanted to note that the WRP, they did give a promise date of June 11th, so that should work for.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Thune, Chair, sorry, Commissioner Yoon.
Ready for you to be the chair. I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say, it looks like your signage should be compliant. If you if you just take the area of the actual sign as well, it could definitely make it within the 50 illuminated 150 total.
Yay.
So,
Thank you for helping. Appreciate it.
Yeah, as opposed to boxing out the sign, but taking the actual sign dimension, yeah.
yeah, come back as a non-compliant thing that we would need to address after we close. So but I think it's gonna be fine.
And I would say add a note that the signage shall comply with C1 if it's not there.
Noted.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, next item is 2025-06BZ, 8802 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Anyone with you on this one, Ms. Tobalade?
Unfortunately, no one was available to come with me, so I'm going to address the questions as best I can, and then I'll address them in writing after. with the
Okay,
help.
raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Thank you so much.
Please state your name. Record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Always get ahead of you, sorry. Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I'm scared I'm gonna forget my name, you know? So first is, we note that the chain link fence does not match the photos, so I will make sure that the architect corrects that and we will get you additional photos. I spoke to the ownership about the banners and the pod. The community board at the land use meeting also said, get rid of the pod, but they had no other huge comments at the land use meeting. I know we're going on Thursday to the full board. We'll see if they have any additional comments, but he is aware and he's getting rid of that pod. It is owned by White Castle and Popeyes is the tenant because it was a long-standing White Castle.
Yep.
I guess they don't have as much business anymore in New York, so unfortunately. So that answers that question. I re-looked at the hours of operation you were discussing, and it was a concern over the AVC, and it was specifically talking about the amplified board shall not be used from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays and from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. Sorry if there was a typo at some point, but I think that, tell me if you think this is our experience too, that AVC technology has changed a lot over time, especially in the past year since we've done this. So to address that comment, I think that we can get you like a white paper about what kind of board they use and then continue to put that note that the AVC has to be, controlled for amplified noise. I'm not saying the comment exactly right, but make sure that that note is on the plan and then also just confirm that with what kind of menu board is an AVC is used here.
I'm sorry, the white paper by itself, to just throw the white paper to us and you take care of it.
No,
it's
but
not gonna
also on
work.
the note, we'll put it on the plans, we'll confirm it and.
No, have your engineer run the sound analysis. And if he
Don't-
believes that,
This is approved, so we don't have an engineer. We'd have to separately hire, because it was already an approved. That would be I guess we can, but that's a whole nother.
You have to get a new sound.
Part of the
system.
findings, right?
Yeah, I know, but usually what I do is we look at what kind of board is there, what kind of sound is used, and then we put notes that, we confirm first what kind of sound is used, and then we confirm that it is a controlled AVC.
But how are you going to do that without an analysis?
Because the controls, I'm not a tech, sorry.
it's by the white paper, and the white paper is kind of like guidelines. And it did happen on one of the applications before, and I didn't pay attention to it until the last minute.
Okay.
To give us the white paper and just let us take care of
No,
running the
I'm saying
analysis.
we're
This
going to
is not our
confirm
job.
that it does, it is
Can
controlled.
I finish, please?
Oh, sorry.
Have your engineer run the analysis and submit it. And
Okay,
and,
I'll
and
let
if
the.
if you need help, like during the interaction between us and your engineer, we provide so, and we're more than happy to do that. But it doesn't make sense that you give us the white paper and we take care of the analysis. It's not going to happen. We don't have resources for that.
Okay, no problem. Well, I guess I was talking more to the, when it's opened, it is opened from 10:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. And I will confirm if the store and drive-through have different hours, but those are the general hours of Popeyes, but I have to confirm when the delivery.
7 days a week?
Yes. 10:30 a.m. to 11 p.m.
And this is the restaurant and the drive-through?
That's what I'm saying is I asked the owner, I texted him to confirm that for me, but I haven't heard back from him yet. So I'm going to confirm with you that it's for both the restaurant.
Got it.
Yeah, because it would be an amendment to the prior condition,
Okay.
right?
I'll
Because
let-
the limits, the enunciator is supposed to be off after 9 p.m.
Yeah, so I will ask if the drive-through closes at 9 p.m. I will confirm that. And yeah, and it's a new application, but it's also an amendment. It's like weird because we're doing it under the new law. So then you had about showing landscaping behind the trash enclosure. We can do that. The signage to make sure it shows the appropriate hours.
And also the landscaping was little scant along the rear lot line, especially along the corners. So do into that.
So update landscaping.
Yeah.
Okay, area next to park, raised curb. Then area next to park landscape. Oh, you said that I guess that was put in landscaping or raise the curb. Was that comment? Show
So
oh, show existing raised curb on northern frontage. That's what.
88th Street, on 88th Street, parking space number 5.
Yeah. Next
to parking space number 5, the plan shows it as a, there's like a striping on it. I think better than instead of striping, if you provide like a raised curb, similar to what's in the previous case, the McDonald's one.
Okay.
Curb. So what that would do is ensure that the number of parking spaces that are located on the site is contained within the site and not spilling onto the sidewalk.
Okay. Thank you.
Instead of landscaping. Landscaping will be more arduous. I think in this case, if you just raise the curb, that might do it.
Okay.
I just looked at the previously approved plans, and they do include a sound propagation
Okay.
plan. So it's easier, like it's easy to give it to your engineer and he can start from nothing from this plan.
Okay.
And I also have in the set, I looked at a lumen spread.
Mhm.
That set that's currently like submitted is very like
Yeah, it's
preliminary.
missing
Just-
elements.
Yeah, it's just basic.
Yeah,
And since this is, it's not just this is new, even if this is like an extension of term, you need to submit these things and affirm that you're like complying to them, and we need to look at them.
Understood.
Thank you.
I was a bit surprised to see this package because you have submitted other packages for this that we are hearing today, which are much more complete than this one. And especially as Commissioner Sheta pointed out, the previously approved plan set had all the sets of information and the documents that we asked about that were missing in this case. So I don't know why that happened, but please make sure that the submission is
And the rear of the lot actually is very close to a residential. So this is one more thing that like need to like mandate that you include the sound propagation study and the lumen spread. And I have a comment actually that it was my intention to announce it during the first drive-through case that we looked at today. It's for us, for our staff, and for applicants. Please, when you submit a drive-through, show us the adjacent residences and indicate that they are residences and indicate where the building is and where the yard is. It helps you out to look at things one time and one time only. But if I keep like opening maps, asking you to add this and that, it takes time. And we try to help the applicant community to get their stuff done as quick as we can.
Thank you.
Understood. Next is removing graffiti. I've also spoken with the ownership about that. And then stop bar. You asked for a stop bar on Northern Boulevard. Did I talk about that yet?
No.
Sir, so we can add that.
And is there
And
a
then-
stop sign also?
What?
Is there a stop sign?
I guess I will confirm that there is one and send you a picture.
Yeah.
Then talked about restriping the site and the directional signs. We could do that. We talked about a note that we've been adding to all the plans, I believe, about queuing and that it'll not go back onto the street. So I'll make sure that's in all the drive-through applications going forward. You discussed bollards potentially, correct? Can you rephrase?
So, yeah, so if, let me go to the plan. When I'm looking at a site plan, and I noticed that there are 3 bollards that are located on the right-hand side of the building where the entry, so there are 2 entry and exit points. So one is on the left-hand side of the building, fronting Northern Boulevard, and the other one is on the right-hand side. Both are from Northern Boulevard. So to make sure that the pedestrians and the vehicles are separated and secured, there are these 3 bollards that are placed on the right-hand side at the turn by the car number 9. Do you see?
Yeah.
So my suggestion would be the same thing for when the vehicles are coming out of the drive-through. There is also another exit and entry on the left-hand side to the building, and provide a similar kind of a bollard treatment because the car is not coming out straight. It's going to make a little curve in and then exit onto. So to prevent that conflict of pedestrian vehicular, just add those 3 bollards so that the car stays on the asphalt and not by chance gets to the raised curb area where the pedestrian will be.
Okay.
Am I making sense?
Yes, and I will obviously take this video, show it to the architect and the ownership and confirm that that is possible.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly how Commissioner Yoon is showing that, something like that, to basically provide a secure space and separating the pedestrian and the vehicular movement. I'm not saying it has to be 3, it can be 2, whatever, but somehow the other making sure a vehicle doesn't jump onto the curb kind of thing.
Okay, and then I think the next comment I have is about fixing the type 2 form, which we can do. And then I have a note or 2 that I don't remember. I can't even figure out what I was saying. So can you check if I'm missing anything? Apologies. Too many cases today.
One is the air quality.
Oh,
that
air quality. Yeah, we will address air quality.
you provided in your statement. Regarding signage, that was one of they were.
The architect confirmed that we have different frontages, so it is compliant, but I think we probably have to show it in a different way. But he said, okay, that's what he wrote back, that it meets zoning requirements to me, but I'll confirm that.
Yeah, because the signage chart, where did I see the signage chart? There was a signage chart somewhere here, and in there, like the sign number C, it says it's going to be 42 square foot illuminated, whereas it is going to replace sign number C, sign C, which is 32. And if you add the total number of illuminated sign,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
it 50 square feet. So that, for that frontage on Northern Boulevard. So please look through these carefully because there are sections where you're counting the existing, but in the plan, there is proposal to replace the existing with a number that is different. And there are some that have not been accounted, like the one on 88th Street. So when you put all of that together, this entire chart is going to change. And so need to make sure on both frontages, the signage has to comply.
Mhm.
Okay?
Thank you.
And there was a violation, and I had a question
Oh.
was status on that.
8802, I'm gonna look. Oh my God, sorry. 8802 Morgan. Sorry, I have to look up the violation. Well, I will get you the status on that, but I was just trying to look it up right now.
Okay.
So we talked about the access from Northern Boulevard and exit on Northern Boulevard.
The access?
Brad?
Yeah, so the access, and you're going to provide those signs, and you'll have the note, the parking, the pod will be removed,
Stop bar, the bollards.
Oh, there's one, oh, sorry, we talked about that. There's one violation and it's not ECB, it's just a normal violation. There's no money owed on it. And it says due to vehicle into the building. So it seems like a vehicle crashed into the building or something, and that there was construction from 2014. So we can have that resolved.
All right, you can just submit it. Okay.
It's more than 10 years old and it seems like something crazy happened.
Any other questions or comments?
Sections to scale, we already did.
Right,
It's
so the
scale,
ABC has to be, the section has
spread.
to be to scale, but you already.
They didn't even provide a section, so they need to do the whole analysis.
Well, that's
They
what
need
I'm
to
saying,
provide the
section to
comparable,
scale.
yeah.
Right.
They're missing a lot of plan sheets, but they're going to provide them, I think.
Okay,
Yeah, so this one will need a little more time when we get to that.
and we cannot close it until we see.
Understood. Totally get it.
All right, let's go to the public.
Right, okay. The case that we're currently discussing is 2025-06 BZ 8802 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to comment on this application, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the webinar ID number 1601565702 and press the pound sign. At the prompt after that, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you will press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. As you're calling in on the phone, and if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. How much time do you need?
I would give like a month or two.
So we will schedule this for sometime in July.
And we'll confirm that with the project manager when they send me.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next one. Item number 24, 2025-07 BZ 1717 Richmond Road, Staten Island. Anyone with you, Ms. Fullader?
Welcome back to a team. So I got Joseph D'Amato from the Architect Museum, and then there should be a Liz and a Sally from Starbucks.
Hold on. Yes.
We have a quorum still.
Oh, sorry. Sally and.
I will note for the record that Commissioner Shet has left the hearing.
She just went to get water, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
should get.
She said we have a quorum, so it doesn't matter. Just Commissioner Sheta has left.
Hi, everyone. Okay.
Okay, team is there? Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
I've lost, Joseph.
And, oh, if we can let that member in.
Joseph D'Amato, he's the architect. Yeah.
Oh, did we lose him?
That
Yeah.
was-
I don't see him anymore.
Oh,
No, he's there.
no, I just,
Swear him in now. I guess.
yeah, please spare him in.
Yeah, hi, how are you? Could you raise your right, hand, please? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. Fullader.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. Thank you so much for having us. I have Joseph here from the architect team, and then I brought for you very special Starbucks, Liz and Sally, to speak a little bit about what are we calling it? Line break? It's blanking right now. Line breaking?
Line bus.
Line busting. Yeah, it was like B, line busting. Okay. So back to the comments. So first is, I think we should talk about landscaping, and we heard a lot from the community board about better, addressing our trash, and we think this landscaping, the way being held outside in a structure, will really help the trash issue here. But I'm going to turn to Joseph to explain why the landscaping in the front, it has to do with the trash, is being removed, and how the trash will be taken care of with the trucks picking it up. So Joseph, if you will take care of the trash issue, I turn to you.
Right, so just from the complaints that were shared with us in regards to the trash and how they were going to maintain the trash, we had proposed what we have here on the plans is we proposed the trash corral in the back, and providing the proper trash truck access. And in doing so, the trash truck access would require a wider lane, and which resulted in obviously removing some of the landscaping. We tried our best to maintain a buffer. If you see to the right of the curb, to the left of the curb, you'll see there's still a buffer of landscaping that we maintained.
And we're also open to the fence, right?
Right, yeah, so
that was a
we're
different.
just brainstorming based on what we heard earlier. We would propose a fence on the property line, obviously, or set back a couple of inches from the property line to accommodate that requirement with adding the chain link fence on the outer side of that landscaping that we have. So yeah, the repaving of that area was to allow for the truck to back up, which is not the ideal scenario, back up into the trash trail, pick up, and then exit from the exit lane. That would actually happen on off hours, right? From an operations standpoint, they would do all that work during off hours. The reason why we chose the backup versus just pulling into is because of the clearances that they just don't have at this site. And obviously, when they first designed the site, they didn't consider the trash to get to this point of, the amount of trash that they would accumulate. So there was no trash corral, provided originally. So this is a kind of afterthought after the site was designed. And we tried to do our best to set the trash corral in a kind of concealed area in the rear of the site. So on that point, that's the reason why we cut out all that landscaping.
Also, yeah.
The curb cut was mentioned, that it seems like the curb cut is larger than what we show. I don't know if I agree with that. And what we're presenting on the plans is to maintain the setbacks required for that curb cut, right? There is a requirement from the property line that we need to maintain, which we're identifying on the site plan to maintain that clearance.
It also helps, and we talked about this at the community board, and that wasn't a place they had a problem with other aspects of the site, but if we remove the landscaping when someone turns, if you put the stop sign, which we agree to, and a stop bar, then you don't have to see around the landscaping when you're leaving the site, which also helps visibility and safety.
So, I guess I only found out about the community board's comments just now. My question was, it's the way the exit is happening, it's kind of bending towards the end. Is that causing some of the visibility? And if you straightened it out more, would it then get reduced? The visibility of the exit, would it be improved? Instead of that, like the way you're exiting, there's a little bit of a bend towards the building and then it's exiting onto the road. Instead of that, if it was straight from where the 13-foot 3-inch is shown, and if it's straight out, would that simplify the flow?
Well, absolutely. The reason why it's set back that way is because there is that requirement for the curb cut. So we were considering the curb cut setback from the property line ruling to maintain that distance. It would be ideal to come straight out. We had some studies early on that we had the truck, the trash truck, designated to go straight back, but that just wouldn't work. So we had this curvature. We created this curvature to maintain that setback from the property line to the existing curb cut. The intent is not to go back and redo the curb cut too. I mean, we're trying to maintain, reduce the scope as much as possible.
Okay, but you're only thinking of the truck, but that one of the comments that was made, a daylight ingress and egress for vehicles and visibility, is that specifically to this curb cut location or it's the other one?
I honestly think we talked about both curb cuts, but a positive part of the community board when I was there is saying that if you move the landscaping there, then potentially if a car has to pass or move to the side, there'll be more room in that area. The community board like is a strong word, but that part of it, they thought that the visibility would be better there and there'd be more room for a car to potentially pass another car if necessary, if we didn't have landscaping in that spot. But I think that comment was more for the whole parking.
Madam Chair, just for the record, Ms. Derica, who's from the community board,
Oh,
is
yeah.
in.
Okay.
Oh, there you go. She can speak to that more. I don't want to speak for other people. That was my take on it.
Okay.
Also, I think if we go straight out, one of the studies really that we kind of had drawn up was if we were to go straight out, exiting would become more of an issue because this way you're creating like a turn versus, coming straight out, you got a sharper turn. So there's more of like a slow down period for the vehicle. Honestly, we did look at that as well. My team just reminded me. So yeah, I think that's the reason why this curvature kind of creates this like slower path exiting instead of just straight shot out.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. And then I know that this was mentioned in regards to that cross path that we created in the rear. So we will represent, absolutely, I agree that wasn't really clearly represented on the plans where we're just trying to maintain ADA compliance. So from within the space, exiting to the trash corral for the partners, for the actual employees of Starbucks, or whomever the user is, we created a ADA compliant pathway to the trash corral. So we created, we curb cut that area, created the landing, the ramping, the sloping, and then created the path to the trash corral as well.
Okay.
But we'll represent that on the drawings.
Okay.
Where's the trash being stored currently?
To be honest with you, I would have to double check. I believe it's inside and
Hi, this is Liz Chavez with Starbucks. I was at the store actually yesterday observing in preparation, and there are trash bins out to the rear of the store where they are storing trash.
But we're not allowed to do that, we know. That's why we have to find a solution. Just letting you know.
Okay, let's go to the next issue that we were discussing.
I guess then the stop sign and stop bar or something and provide a no left turn sign was all part of that issue, right? So we're good on that.
Yeah, we'll address that, yes.
And then the time garbage pickup, he addressed that, but we'll be clear about who picks up and what time they pick up, in our next submission. Sorry, apologies, I keep getting calls. Next is, Joe can speak to this, but we can correct the AVC issue. We used what was approved last time. We copied the same thing, and I know it was confusing, but we aren't near any residences, as you can see. They're all the way up the hills, so we can remove any notes if that'll clarify anything. We can put AVC notes like we do on other plans, whatever the board thinks is best.
Commissioner Sheta, I will, I would prefer to just remove that information if it's not required, as you had mentioned as an option, just to keep things clear and just straightforward. Again, I agree with Elise and everyone else that, I don't think sound is an issue here, but if it is an issue, we could get sound engineers if that's required, but I doubt it just because of the buffer that we have here at this specific site.
But will the AVC be kept active at all times? Is that needed? I mean, this is more of a question I have for anybody who can help me understand. Will have to be in this situation? Will AVC have to be on at all times?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say no. That any sound wave that's gonna emit from the menu board on this side, it's either gonna be reflected or refracted away because of that huge great difference between the subject site and the adjacent site. So I don't think sound is an issue at all on a site like this because of the great difference, like I said.
So we can.
Okay, appreciate, thank you.
Yeah.
Then any legibility issues, we heard you and we will clarify. We're just trying to keep things like you showed from before the last approval. Joe, if you want to add anything, sorry, I spoke for you. And then air quality, we will address air quality and the secret requirements. Thank you for bringing that up. And then I think that I brought Starbucks here today to talk a little bit about what they do for line busting already and what they can add to the site potentially. And once we all talk about it here, we'll go back to operations and confirm and put together an operational plan about line busting for everyone. So Liz and/or Sally, if you want to talk about that a little, I would appreciate it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Sally Godin. I'm a real estate manager with Starbucks Coffee Company. I want to thank you for your time and I appreciate your comments. I did want to share with you what our operations team has implemented to improve the operations and to improve the drive-through throughput especially. So around January, February timeframe, the ops team has increased their labor model. So they added more employees onto the floor, especially during the key day parts. They also, with those employees, shifted the deployment schedule so it will better suit the needs of the business, both inside and the drive-through as well. The ops team has also revised the drive-through speed of service goals, and they also conducted employee training around these goals. The ops team also is in the process of updating the equipment, so this will allow them to reduce orders quicker. For example, their espresso machine that they're going to install will be able to dispense 2 shots at a time instead of waiting for the one, so it'll help with efficiency for all of our guests. The trash pickup and deliveries occur overnight, and this is 6 days a week. So, and this, is outside of the operating hours. So this does not impact the store or customers. And the ops teams also increase travel paths to monitor the trash and the parking lot cleanliness outside. So those are just some of the things that they have been focused on and hopefully will improve the speed of service and cleanliness of the store.
So, thank you for that clarification. So in part, a part of the operational is more of the scheduling, if technology that will fasten the production processing. But has those already been implemented on this site, or it's in the process of being implemented?
So the labor model, adding the employees has already been implemented since January, February timeframe. The deployment's already been implemented. And the drive-through speed of service goals has already been implemented. I did hear something about using the tablet for line busting in the comments. And this is something that we did test and continues to be tested. And we are looking to see if we can roll that out as a possibility here at this store if we can do that. So I'll have to get back to you on that piece.
Just as a more for my understanding, this comes up quite often. When do you exercise the rollout for line busting? What's the critical turning point?
What, are you talking about day parts? Or is that your question, or?
I mean, Starbucks peak tends to be morning time, like 6 to 8 around that time. So when you're using, when do you decide that at a particular site, line busting technology will be used versus?
Yeah, so they would look at the day parts of the drive-through timer and see when they would roll out that tablet. I don't know the specifics of the number of cars or customers, but I can certainly get that information.
What is the peak period rollout, the turnover rate? What is the peak turnover rate?
So for the drive-through, 4 minutes total time for a guest to get through, and that's the time from the wheel stop until they exit. So, you know, that's something that they're really trying to push for. Right now, their window time, they're exceeding their window time right now, which is, 45 seconds. So really trying to expedite those cars through.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to say that you really should do more than I understand that you're proactively trying to attack this issue by scheduling your people in a certain way and training them as to the goals of speed and efficiency. But when all else fails, there needs to be something in place. Like I drink Starbucks often. And I have literally gone through a drive-through where I've sat there for 5 to 10 minutes at the window because an employee was out. And so then there was one person at the register and one person working the window apologizing profusely. They were wonderful employees, but you can imagine if I was at Richmond Avenue or Richmond Road, that line could then snake out onto the street because it's a heavily visited Starbucks versus the one I went to where there's like 3 cars showing up once in a while.
Right.
So I was saying line busting strategies that go beyond your scheduling of your employees just to account for those situations where there are failures, even though you've trained people.
Right. So, you know, in the world of operations, we always can't plan what we're going to run into that day. So always trying to adjust, right? So adjust the sales and make it right is important, and something that the deployment piece comes into where they have to make it right. So I hear you for sure. I'm thinking about the store and the layout itself, the drive-through line. And I haven't seen it. I don't know if anyone else has, but I don't see it coming anywhere near the entrance or the exit of the store, because the customers have to drive through the lot to the back end and then around the parking spaces to get to the drive-through lane. So we pretty much do contain it in the lot when we do have our peak hours. So hopefully that will continue.
Yeah.
Sorry, my microphone off. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. In your statement, also in response to the questions and comments that's been raised by the community board, also clarify what is the peak period, peak volume, and if it has changed from the previous review. And based on that, how the proposed implementations and already the implementations that have been put in place are responding to any queuing. And I would say, based on just looking at the site plan, I've not been to the site lately, but based on the site plan, yes, there is enough holding area within the site. But at the same time, I just want to be careful that the holding area for the drive-through is not creating a friction for the other as of right vehicles that are trying to park on the site, and in result causing a delay and a backup onto the street. That is one thing I want to avoid. So we have to be very careful in threading the needle in this case, because we are only looking at the drive-through part of it. But at no point should the drive-through affect the as of right business operational model of the other uses and cause a backup onto the street. So that is something you need to look at in a very comprehensive way and ensure how the drive-through is contained. And that's why, as Commissioner Otley was saying, have the line busting in place, even though you have enough space within the lot to accommodate the spillover. But it might be causing friction with the other vehicles who are trying to park there to go to the grocery store. And that might be causing some of the frictions and issues being raised. So how do you ensure that that is minimized? Am I making the comment? Okay.
Yeah.
So I think in this case, the line bar may be needed just to contain the operation so that it doesn't spill into the other business operation. Okay.
Definitely.
So I think the plan with this, just to be clear, is we'll come back to you with some operational items that we think will help that situation after we speak with our sales team.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. And I hear a lot of good things about line busting and how it works. And I believe Starbucks is in the forefront of doing that. So I'm sure you guys know the model well and you know how to make it work. And but that's the reason I think, and I want to hear from the community board why they stated what they stated, because there has to, we need to make sure that the drive-through is not creating a friction for the other business also.
And I think what's really hard, and someone please feel free to talk above me, but there aren't many Starbucks drive-throughs on Staten Island. So this one gets a lot of business because everyone looking for Starbucks is coming to, and we've been through this before, and I know that's whatever. I'm just saying that I kind of wish they had a little more competition with themselves. So everything could be more spread out, but.
Right, I would say that's even all the more reason why it's important to have those strategies in place.
Yes, exactly, understood. And I'm not trying to use an excuse, I'm just saying this one does good Starbucks business.
And this is an issue, and I will just be on the record saying this, that this is an issue that we have heard from DOT. Every time a case comes before us for review, always the Starbucks in Staten Island are used as a poster child of what went wrong. And I really don't want to hear that.
I understand, yeah, because like on Merrick Boulevard, you have a few, but like on here, yeah.
Right, and I'm not saying that to you, Ms. Follader. I'm just saying that since we have our good friends from Starbucks here, I just want to be able to tell you that this is something we hear. And while the Starbucks operation in Staten Island can't be done, but it affects other operations. So we look at things in a very holistic, big picture way and want to make sure every one of them succeed. So whatever technology you can use to improve the movement in that area goes a long way for other facilities that are trying to operate in a different confinement, in a different neighborhood context, but the same one gets picked up as an example of why it failed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Appreciate it. It's good as an overarching understanding of how this all works, so thank you. And then I don't know if we should share the plans or you should, but there was a comment about bollards that I think is important to discuss because of maneuverability on the site has been brought up a lot.
Did I talk about the bond?
And then Joseph, I don't know, do you want to share or me share and you can show where they are, they do or don't exist and what you think would be?
Yeah. Why not?
Do you want me to share or you to share? Joseph, you're on
You
mute.
can share, Elise.
Okay.
So they do exist, at the drive-through lane only in certain areas. And they're not the same bollards. I just realized they're the, concrete bollards that exist, so we would have to modify those details.
Okay, so what's shown on our current, I'm gonna bring it up, sorry. I just want to make sure. Oh, okay, existing. Sorry.
But I did hear a comment in regards to differentiate the entrance to the parking. And perhaps we can use these type bollards to separate them, but I don't know if it's the best option just because of they could become, they could work against you as well because you're creating a separation. You're
So
reducing the lane. So
what page would be a good explanation of, like, it's this?
so by the menu board, on the pre-menu board in the back there.
I'm saying which plan page? This, should I keep going?
No, they're just the site of the overall site plan.
Oh, the overall, there's a lot going on that one, so,
Just zoom in.
okay. Here we are.
Maybe, actually, can you go to page 5 of this PDF? Yeah.
Oh, this one? Okay. Was that 5?
And then zoom in, there's a note towards where the menu board is.
I know, it's good.
So at least right there is the bollards that we have. They're concrete bollards, but maybe I
Oh,
shared them.
I was trying to go to the note.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I should have.
So where's, is it on this one? Okay.
Why don't I share? I think because I brought
Sorry.
up
I have
the
a lot.
easier.
Yeah.
Sure. It sounds like what is being said is that there used to be flexible, or at least this is the previously approved set of plans, and I believe it says flexible bollards here, and then there's a bollard detail with flexible bollards. So I was calling that out because I didn't see where the flexible bollards were here. Mr. D'Amato, it sounds like you're saying the bollards are here, but they're concrete?
That's correct, yeah.
Fine, and then you were saying maybe the flexible bollards could be used elsewhere to solve other pedestrian versus vehicle issues, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right, so update the detail, just the extra information on the plan, on the drawing sets that don't actually pertain to the drawings makes it confusing, and then we're looking for stuff that we can't find. So
Right.
if you, yeah. I think this is where the bollards are, these concrete bollards, right? Is that?
That looks correct to me. Joseph, you're on mute, so. Those are it, right?
Yeah, so you can see where that car is, the Honda is right behind there. There's a concrete bollard. They're sporadically placed on the site. We can identify them on the site plan and specifically call them out where they are, and we'll have to change the detail for
Okay.
those type bollards. Yep.
Okay.
And then Commissioner Yoon, I'm not sure if you want, if you prefer to use the flexible bollards where we can kind of separate the two lanes, the queuing lane for the actual drive-through versus the clear lane on the back portion of the parking, those parking spaces, but we can do that, as a divider. That's something that, you'd prefer.
So this is again, this goes to, is that an area of friction? In the, if it is, then maybe that could be a solution that minimizes that. The other thing I've noticed in some of the situations, the drive-through lane is paved with a different material. That also provides a very visual separation of the drive-through from the rest of the pass-by lane. So in this case, you have the pass-by lane and the drive-through behind it. So that could be another solution, in addition to your flexible bollards placed to keep that separation.
The comment in regards to the parking spot sizes vary. There are the smaller size parking spots are 18 by 8'6", and the larger ones are 22 by 8'6" wide. So there's two different size parking
So
spots.
you have signs, I mean, this is none of our, really, it's not in our purview, honestly. But I'm just saying, whoever is the operator of this entire facility, maybe you should have signs that clearly say for small cars or others, so that there is no confusion for a vehicle that's looking for an empty spot to park there.
Okay.
Again, this is to further reduce any possible vehicular friction within the site. But that's a recommendation. You look into it with the operator of this facility.
I will say I parked at this facility and did have to find which spots were larger. Because there wasn't, it was, and as you know, most drivers in Staten Island don't have SUVs. So it'd be good to have that note.
Okay.
And maybe the sign should face the street and not the parking area.
Yes, sure.
That way you don't like, oh, my goodness. Oops.
I think the last thing I'd ask is just how many parking spots are required for each use and putting that somewhere on the drawings and the narrative.
We're good.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Then otherwise we'll go to the public. Let's go to the public. Okay.
The case we are currently discussing is 2025-07BZ, 1717 Richmond Road, Staten Island. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you'll enter the Weber ID number 160-156-5702 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press star 9 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute if you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already and wish to participate, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss. Okay. Ms. Derrico, are you joining us?
Ms. Jericho is community board.
She's the community board. Yeah, her hand is up.
Okay, I'm letting Ms. Jericho to speak.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I have on the line with us Ben D'Amato. He is our land use chair. He can answer questions.
I have someone by the phone number ending 451.
Let me see, I'm sorry. Yes, 1451, that's Ben D'Amato. He's our land use chair.
Okay, so you won't be speaking, but it would be Mr. D'Amato?
Yes.
Okay, I'm
Thank
gonna,
you.
I'll allow Mr. D'Amato to.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. D'Amato, go ahead.
So hi, this is Ben D'Amato. How are you?
Hi,
you hear
go
me?
ahead. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, yeah, I mean, community boards is concerned with the community and the surrounding stores and people in the neighborhood. They have many concerns in regards to the Starbucks is the traffic that continuously tries to cross the lanes on Richmond Road to make the left-hand turn as opposed to just turning right and coming out. So we're trying to figure out a way to deter the people coming out of the drive-through lane from making that left-hand turn out of the driveway. We thought about skewing the driveway apron so that they would be almost forced to make the right-hand turn as opposed to a left-hand turn. It's something we brought up at one of our meetings. And the busing lane was another issue, which would give the cars more room to pull over while they're putting an order in, so that it would not, the line would not spill out into Richmond Road as they're waiting to get their coffees in the morning. It's a very busy store. And then the last issue in the community was the housekeeping. We're getting complaints from the neighborhood that there's constant debris flying around and getting into other merchants' properties and just cluttering up the area with coffee cups and whatnot ever. Anyways, is there any questions you have for me?
No, thank you. Oh, I do have one question. There was a question, one of the recommendation was daylight ingress and egress for visibility. Can you please clarify that?
I'm sorry, say that one? Oh, the egress?
Yeah, so I just saw your recommendation, and one of the recommendations was daylight ingress and egress for visibility.
Huh.
This is on the community board recommendation form.
It's in the community board's recommendation form.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm on the road. I'm trying to field this from the road. That's why I don't have my paperwork with me. Let me see if I can pull it up. Give me a minute.
Okay, so it says, I'm going to read it out. I'm going to read it. It says, comment number 4 is daylight ingress and egress to 1717 Richmond Road to improve visibility and safety for both drivers and pedestrian. Which particular exit point and access point this was being referred to? Is it part of the drive-through exit?
This is part of the drive-through, yes. It's part of the drive-through.
It's not the main entrance, or is it part of because this main entrance is serving not only the eating and drinking establishment, but also to the lane to the drive-through and also the other as of right retail store. So I just want to.
Yes, it does.
So this particular comment, number 4 comment, is for that main entrance and exit? Right.
Yes, you're right. Yes, that's right, because there's a lot of traffic coming in, and there's a lot of, and people are trying to get out that way also. And it seems to be a bottleneck that goes on right there. And when people are coming in and people are trying to get out onto oncoming traffic, it's very difficult to see the oncoming traffic for the outgoing cars leaving the parking lot.
Okay, thank you. So this is for the entire business operation, not specific to this one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's very crowded in that complex, and there's a lot of activity going on. And Starbucks does a tremendous amount of business, God bless them. But it does cause a traffic, sort of a traffic nightmare on their busy cycles.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else who wants to speak, please raise your hand.
Doesn't seem to be anyone else in the room.
Okay. So as I was saying, this is a very fine needle that we need to thread, because there are 2 operations that are operating as of right, and the action that is before us is for the accessory drive-through to one of the business operations. So while this is a shared zoning lot which is being used by other as of right uses, the question is, how do you ensure that the movement of vehicles within the site is not causing any friction, delay, or conflict with the pedestrian and vehicles, not only just within the site, but also spilling up spilling over onto the pedestrian sidewalk and to the main road. So please do carefully consider community board's suggestions. And, I think my personal note was to say no left turn from the drive-through exit. I am hesitant to make that recommendation for the main, but given that it's there's a bus lane also right next to it, right? No?
No, I think there's.
It's a parking lane.
There's a parking lane. There's a
yeah.
parking lane. So, so maybe there should be a no left turn even from that exit.
I think that would make the most amount of sense.
Yeah.
And I would lighting.
Okay. And
I would also agree with lighting.
lighting, meaning?
Well, if the community board requests that it be lit on the main entrance and exit.
What would be lit? That's the part I'm a little.
So there'll be sufficient lighting so that
I see. Another kind of a street lighting to ensure that the people have more visibility.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Those are, again, those don't go with the Starbucks operation, but it's for the larger zoning lot. So you need to discuss it since you are one of the most heavily used tenants of that zoning lot. I would say take these suggestions to the property owner of this site and work with them in making this improvement. Is providing better lighting at the exit points and another left turn, no left turn sign from that both ingress and egress point.
Sense to me.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me, but hopefully it makes sense to everyone else.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay. All right. Unfortunately, I cannot close this because we need to see some of those documents, especially the operational plan. So I'm going to keep this open. So you have to let me know when you can put together all your package together so that we can schedule it. We can do the same thing, do a what did we say?
Amy, for the other one?
July.
July.
I guess that would be an end of June submission for July.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that enough time, Sally and Liz, you think, to speak with operations and come up with?
Yes.
Yes.
If we're doing July 28th, just FYI, the submission date would be July 8th. If we're doing July 14th, it would be 6/26.
I think I would imagine that either works because I imagine after 6/26 getting in touch with people during the 4th of July is really difficult. Because people have already told me that I'm not talking to you in those 2 weeks, so you better get in everything by 6/26.
Okay, so we'll do early July.
Yeah, that's my experience.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
really do appreciate Starbucks members coming in and helping us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next item is 2024-59BZ, 1343, 1353 50th Street, Brooklyn.
This would be
Jay
Mr.
Goldstein.
Goldstein. Yes,
I don't see anybody else, so maybe it's just.
no, I think it's just.
That's me. How are you, everyone?
Hey, good afternoon, Mr.
Sure.
Goldstein. Is there anyone else with you?
That's me.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments in the session.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicant. We listened to the review session. I'd like to try and respond to some of the board's comments and in writing, provide whatever other materials are needed. With regard, Madam Chair, to the square footage per student chart, that's actually was submitted in anticipation of Commissioner Otley Brown's request for a chart for the square footage comparison. I think Bonnie from my office has become an expert at that chart, so they are all schools, and we did screen out schools with different parameters, tried to focus it on schools similar to ours. We'll provide a rendering of the building so that we can articulate the facade and show how it'll be softened throughout through the proposal. Commissioner Shabeta, I did take a look at the street views. Not all of those buses were our buses. Some of them were. There are other schools on this street. Unfortunately, I can't control those, but as mentioned in our statement of facts at page 5, we do have place to park and we do utilize parking, which you can see on the Google Street View in the adjacent property. And also we have spots that are allocated to us on a parking lot on Day Hill Road. So we hope that during the course of this project, it'll allow us to keep the buses off of the street and we will be able to have less of an impact on the neighborhood. With regard to trash, some of the Google Street View showed the trash, some didn't. The trash is brought to the curb on trash days. There are receptacles in front of the building, but as part of our application, we are proposing the interior trash storage in the new building. So we hope that that'll also alleviate the concern of the board and help to maintain the character of the neighborhood. Commissioner Yoon, I'm sorry?
Sorry, and the pickup and delivery of the trash is how often?
I think it's 2 or 3 times a week. I'd have to get back to you on that. I think actually I can look at our analysis, what it was. 2 times a week. We did the analysis on page 7 of our statement of facts, the same analysis we do for the other schools to show the amount of space we'll need for storage of the trash. Commissioner Yoon, to your points, we'll show the non-compliance on the floor plans of the proposed building with regard to the sky exposure plane. And if it is possible to reduce it, we can explore that avenue. But again, to the minimum variance and an as of right proposal, which is essentially, even though it'd be a lesser variance, we'll explore that. But to the discussion of the as of right plans and the setbacks as you go further up, we do discuss it on page 11 of our statement of facts, and it actually, I believe it mirrors almost identically what the chairperson was mentioning. The fact that as you go taller, the floor plate gets narrower, and you'll have children who have to go up 8 stories, 7 stories, 8 stories, where they'll have to take elevators. And with this number of students, we find that that's not a viable solution. And that's why we didn't propose or didn't present the as of right, because we don't believe that it's an as of right. If you do want us to go through the exercise of submitting as of right plans, we can. But we find that, along those lines, having bigger floor plates to accommodate more children on the floors so that they don't have to climb up as many stairs or take elevators is beneficial.
Can we just meet somewhere in the middle and you just do a simple diagram like you have on Z002 that would show something that fits in the as of right envelope with the same amount of floor area?
Okay.
Just diagram what you're.
No, that's fair. I'm happy to provide it. With regard to the question of why some classes were on some floors and some classes were on others, we actually worked very hard within the confines of the building and the square footage that's required for the preschoolers versus square footage for the older children. So in order to fit the students, we couldn't always fit perfectly all of the, pre-1A on one floor, all of the kindergarten on one floor, all of the second grade on one floor. So we did have to split it up. Unfortunately, it's not ideal. And as things go, as things progress, perhaps some of the classrooms can be utilized for younger grades, depending on the number of students at the time. But we tried very hard, and this was the setup that worked within the envelope of this building to meet our programmatic needs. And then we can show on the site plan for the existing, we'll show both tax lots. That's fine. And then with regard to Title I has, I believe the requirements for Title I in terms of building code are basically it's a classroom, but the need for space is based on they take a 20-person, for instance, classroom, and they'll take that, move it, and break it into little groups. And that based on that, they'll facilitate the Title I services. So they do need more space than, let's say, a resource room where you could have 3 people in it. So that's why we have this 1 classroom or 2 classrooms, depending on the buildings, that can accommodate, smaller groups partitioned into that room. So if we have to lose those classrooms, it does create an impact on the Title I services, as long as the other classroom services, the regular classrooms.
So a Title I room is effectively the same as a classroom that can hold 20 students,
I don't know the numbers. It's essentially the same as a regular classroom, correct?
but it's a dedicated room that is meeting a specific, I'm just
Yeah.
curious. Referenced a lot and I don't know anything about what the spatial requirements are.
No, that's fine. Title I is it's a added services to help with educational needs for the students and different methods of teaching. So you'll have in other schools a STEM lab, or you'll have therapy rooms where the therapists take kids out. Title I is a different program where they'll take out the class and they'll divide the class into smaller groups and have them within a classroom or 2 classrooms divided up into smaller groups to facilitate learning. So we usually dedicate a classroom, or what's for all intents and purposes a 4-wall classroom, and that'll be the Title I room because it's used throughout the day by multiple classes.
Okay.
And then we'll move the fence away from the FDNY pathway. I think we'll move the pathway and leave the fence where it was. But that's the architect we'll keep it clear.
It just stuck out because it doesn't.
Point well taken, and we'll keep the pathway clear. I believe those were all the comments from the board.
The other question I had is, what is the total number of buses that would be needed with the increase? I cited I think the numbers that I saw was related to, where is mine? 5 buses for preschool and 6 buses for elementary. Is that the total number that will remain, or will there be an increase?
I'm trying to see. Sorry, I missed that comment, so I apologize.
That's okay. You don't have to answer now.
Yeah,
You could. I just know basically what I want to know. If right now there are 11 buses that will be coming, 5 and 6, in a 45-minute interval, will the total number of buses for these different intervals increase? And is there adequate space along the frontage to accommodate that without causing, backing up?
Right.
And since there are other schools in the area, they're also probably making the same, the drop off and pick up are probably also happening at around the same time. Will it conflict with that and result in a more traffic confusion?
So we're working through our EAS and I think with DOT as well, but we'll confirm it and make sure, and our seeker will make sure that there's no impact.
Okay. Any questions or comments? All right.
Oh, sorry, one point that was also, Commissioner Yoon, there's no proposed play area above the in the rear of the building. It's only get proposed at the rooftop.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That
Now I think that was it.
So if you can add a note in the rear saying no outdoor activities shall be permitted.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 2024-59 BZ, 1343, 1353 50th Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to comment, dial 669-254-5252. At the prompt, you will enter the WebEx ID number 160-156-5702 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you'll press the pound sign only. Once you're permitted in, you'll press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are recognized, you'll have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
There's nobody actually in the room. How much time will you need, Mr. Goldstein, to respond to these comments?
What, let's work, if I could work backwards, the July 15th, 14th, 15th hearing, when is that submission?
July 14, 15 is June 26th.
If I can get on the July 14, 15, I'll take that. Otherwise, I'd ask for the August 11th.
Well, there is a hearing, July
Oh,
24th.
I can't, I'm not available that week, unfortunately.
No, I would suggest August because this way you would have gotten a substantive amount of response and review from DOT and you could have, you could incorporate that.
Okay, understood.
Submission for August 11th hearing would be July 24th.
That's fine.
So no raised hands except for
Thank you so
Jella
much.
Pregnant.
Oh,
Wait,
Jella.
Jella.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms.
Ms.
Prenga.
Prenga.
Please disregard, thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so no more questions, anything?
No?
No?
No.
Okay, this concludes the public hearing for May 20th, 2025. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you,
Thank you.
everyone. Have a great day.
You too. Take care.
Okay.